let's get into this, bro. All right, so today is day 2 of deliberations between, or with the jury and, let me get this done. Today is day 2 deliberations for the Lindsay Clancy case. Not sure what is gonna happen, but I guess we will figure it out. So we are on long crime
My client
trials.
has to.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right there? Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and adjourn the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant the shall be the truth, the whole truth,
One
and
second,
nothing but
guys.
the truth, so help you?
It was May 2013
And how did you meet her?
through my cousin.
And would it be accurate to state that your cousin had been college roommates of the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you start dating?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
July 2013.
Did you eventually move in together?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
September 2015
And where did you live?
in Quincy.
How long did you live in Quincy?
1 year.
And where did you go after that?
We bought a house in Weymouth.
And how long did you live in Weymouth?
2 years.
Did you eventually get married?
Yes.
And when was that?
December 2016.
And was that while you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
Did you have your first child when you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Cora.
And what was her date of birth?
December 24th, 2017.
Prior to getting married, did the defendant ever tell you she had taken psychiatric medication while in nursing?
So we're just gonna go on this one, and we'll go on this one, and then when we hear them come back, we will come back to watch what the verdict is. Okay, so we can go over some other stuff right now. I didn't hear the closing arguments, so I think we should. I think we should probably listen to those while we're waiting on the verdict, huh? They got a lot to go over, that's for sure, and they got a lot of charges to choose from. So, I'm sure it's pretty hard how I kind of want to hear the defense attorney's closing.
There is. About 5 weeks ago that we met like this, and I indicated to you that thank you for incredible service. That, all of us mean that sincerely. You took
I
literally
agree, Skippy. Welcome in, brother.
more than a month out of your lives and sat here attentively. Incredible. through some of the toughest, most gut-wrenching things that any person can be subjected to. And I indicated that, sadly, jurors carry this trauma with them for years. And the service that you have performed, I have never seen before. You have listened to evidence. You have been fair. You have been objective. You've listened to the judge's instructions, and you've carried them into your heart, consistent with your oath, which is a very, very solemn oath. Pass between government and Lindsay, who has placed herself on her country, which country you are, as a jury of her peers. When you consider what's at stake here in the sense of what we've been dealing with, Cora, Dawson, Calvin.
Ouch, I hurt my ears.
She knows loss. And that's why we think of Cora, Dawson, Calvin. For a minute. They are the victims of this case. They are the victims of the horrible, horrific act that has been laid at your feet as jurors to decide whether or not Lindsay is guilty. Beyond a reasonable doubt, as His Honor instructed you and will instruct you, what that means.
Welcome in, Kathy Leach.
That
Anyone
standard-
that's new to the stream, make sure you double tap that screen and show some love and support and get the likes up, help propelling the algorithm. We're on the road to 20K subs, man, so support the channel and join the family.
Of proof that we as citizens in this country are so blessed to have proof beyond a reasonable doubt before the government charges any citizen with a crime. I don't care how many cops we have in here, how many DAs are sitting here, how many people are sitting in the front row, and they're all going to sit there and be proud of this prosecution. I told you in the opening statement that this is a prosecution that has ripped the soul out of this girl. This is what they had. This is their family.
You know, what's sad about that too is it's like, you know, because I'm going to be real with you, right? We can't deny that she tried to seek help. We can't deny that Patrick correlated with the doctors that she was having a really, really hard time. And we can't deny that psychosis is real. Does that take away from what she did? No, she's a piece of shit. She should have never done that to her kids. But I'm just, when I look at her, I see, like, I can believe it. Like, yeah, she's crazy, bro. She's fucking crazy. And does it take away from how I feel what the verdict should be, or, you know, anything? No. But in this case, out of a lot of other cases that we've had, that I've noticed, you know, we see these moms do this. This is the one case I can say that she tried so many different avenues with doctors, with, you know, psychiatrists, you know, and I think this is one of the examples too of very bad adverse effects from certain medications or injections that you get given, right? So it's going to be very interesting to see what the verdict is, because I mean, there's a lot of evidence, you know. Me, obviously, you can't imagine it till you see it or you've been through it. I can't imagine going through a psychosis and wanting to kill my children, right? Like, that would just never happen to me, right? I can't imagine what going through that would be like. You know, I can only imagine like you like when you kind of like when you take psychedelics and you break through or some shit like you see shit, you hear shit, like whatever. I don't know, but it's gonna be very interesting to see where the jury takes this. Right, Roy Whitaker, I agree, man. She needs to get life, bro. I hope welcome in everybody. Well, make sure you guys double tap the screen, show some love, hit the subscribe button, notification bell, and join the family. But yeah, man, this is the one. This is the one. You know, this is the one case that I can say that yeah, like she did go to many doctors. You know, I think the telehealth situation that the defense tried to hammer home was very smart, but she's a piece of shit, bro. You know, if you're thinking about harming your kids, right? Like the mom said on the stand, well, she came to me and said, "Mom, you know, I got to admit this. Like, I'm having trouble. I'm thinking about harming myself or the kids." She should have removed herself from the home, right, until she was better. I just think there was no excuse, and I think a lot of people around her failed her. A lot of people want to blame the mom, and I don't blame the mom. I don't blame anybody but her, right? Were there people that could have done better stuff? Yeah, but you know, like I said, dude, I don't know. I mean, it seems like she tried to get a lot more help than a lot of these other crazy bitches do.
How does this turn into this? How? Because of the damn medicine and the lousy
What is that picture? Oh, she's in the hospital bed.
medical care that
Welcome
she
in,
got.
Bernard. I agree, Skippy. Much love to everybody who's in here. Like I said, man, double tap the screen. Let's try and get the likes up as quickly as we can today, and try and run it up as much as we can within the few hours we're gonna be live, man.
You can troop as many paid experts as you want to come in here and tell the jury, oh, well, she didn't say that she heard voices inside her head. She said she heard voices from outside her head. She said she was making chicken McNuggets. There was a bowl on the sofa. She wasn't making chicken McNuggets. She said something as I think and I muse and I try.
Because I'm not gonna lie, guys. Right? When I think about this and psychosis, I've seen it firsthand. I seen psychosis. You know, my sister went through it, and she did some terrible things. Right? Not gonna go into detail, but what I will say is that it's scary and crazy to watch. You know, like one instance I will say is my sister one time, because she got Guillain-Barré, and this was like right after the jab, so I blame that for it. But she was talking to people who weren't there, like having whole conversations with someone who's like not even there. And then after that, she did something that wasn't the best, right? She did something that she probably would have never done. She did things that she probably would have never done if she wasn't in that state. Um, Stuff that my family's still healing over, and my sister's never gonna be the same even after getting out of the psychosis. Um, and we don't talk anymore, and that's very sad. But so you know, I've seen it, and it's scary. It's almost like a demonic possession. Because my sister used to be like a role model to me. Um, two car garage, nice 2-story house, doing great for herself. And all of a sudden, after certain vaccines and stuff like that, or jabs, we'll say, um, you know, she became very different. Good morning, Stacy. Welcome in. And it's very sad to talk about because it just makes me think about it. You know, because she's not my sister anymore. You know, she's a new person, and I watched her go through certain psychosis moments, and it's very scary. Um, you know, so I don't know. I mean, that's why like I'm not giving Lindsay Clancy an out, right? Like what she did was completely fucked up, and she deserves whatever she gets from it. But like these psychosis states from some of these meds are real, you know.
Real hard to tell you
And I wonder if she got the COVID vax or not.
what my opinion is that this woman was acting in her right mind when these children were killed. So, when you consider the evidence in this case, you consider the person who is in front of you, who is the defendant, as the government refers to her, and as His Honor will more than likely tell you, even though a person is a defendant in our system of justice, you don't have to defend against anything. The government has the burden of proof. When the DA...
She had both. I'm not saying she's not guilty, and she did have help. I agree. But my thing is this, right? It doesn't matter. Once you hit that psychosis state, that doesn't matter, dude. Like, that's the thing. Like, if she say she didn't have psychosis, right? And she did this, then I would say she had all this help, she had all this stuff. There's no excuse at all, and there's still no excuse. But what I'm saying is, once that psychotic state hits, like, because one thing I was saying on stream was I can't imagine hearing a voice that's telling me, like, or like even like what I see my sister do, like talking, like she came downstairs one time, and I was in my room and I was listening, and she was just talking to no one that was there, and I just remember feeling that energy. It's such a dark, scary energy, and I just couldn't imagine going through it, like hearing something and talking to someone that's not there, and someone telling you something, and your mind going crazy, and you know what I mean. I couldn't imagine going through that, and like going from a normal state, having one of your best days, to all of a sudden it's hitting you, you know. And with some people that happens. I mean, I'm telling you, dude, my sister did it. Yeah, I mean, it was scary. It was fucked up. It was demonic, and that's why I feel it. I get a demonic feeling from this case, and I'm not taking away from what she did. What she did is crappy. She deserves the wood chipper and everything, but you know, these psychotic states do happen, and I really do question on if she was really having them. Because if she was, I mean, holy shit, dude, like, what a crazy experience, you know?
DA decides to charge someone with a crime, he has the burden of...
JP Plaza or J Plaza, people don't get it until they've experienced it or are close with it. I agree. Because a lot of people act like psychosis isn't real, or like they're faking it. Like, I see a lot of people sitting there saying she was doctor shopping, she was faking it, and blah 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 blah. It's like, okay, but if you're doctor shopping, like, you're not gonna doctor shop for Seroquel. Like, you know, like maybe Ativan, I get it, but she didn't want to take it. Like, she got taken off. So I mean, I don't know. But yeah, you don't understand it unless you see it, or you've experienced it yourself. Like, I'm telling you, man, my sister went from my role model, dude, like someone I looked up to her all the time. She went through CNA school and all this other stuff when I was a kid, and she was just so doing so well, and all of a sudden, after her, you know, the jab and all this other stuff, she just changed. She got Guillain-Barré, which um you know, if you look up what some of the side effects could have been from the jab from COVID, Guillain-Barré is one of them. And so my sister she went blind, and she like couldn't move, and like got paralyzed for a while, and like had to learn how to walk again for a while, and it fucked her up. And while this was happening, she started experiencing these psychotic states, and the state wouldn't do anything about it. The doctors wouldn't do anything about it. No one would do anything about it. And we tried going to get her admitted. They wouldn't do it. And I even have videos of what was going on, and social workers were trying to help, and they couldn't do anything. And so finally, when I finally found her the last time, and she was experiencing this psychotic state, I mean, she was like in a loop. She kept like trying to grab stuff that wasn't there, or grab something, look at, put it down while she's crying and looking at me and talking, like just crazy shit. And I ended up just saying, "Fuck it, I have to do something." So I called an ambulance, and she had a warrant, and so that forced her to have to go and not find alcohol, or, you know, 'cause she's a grown woman. You can't stop her from doing certain shit. Like, I tried my best, but I can only do so much. You know, if you only knew my story, you would be like, holy shit. But anyway, so she went in the ambulance, and now she apparently is, you know, she hasn't had a psychotic state for a while, but she's still not herself, and she's not the sister I knew. But yeah, I mean, you don't understand it until you see it. Um, I mean, there's stuff I want to say that I can't say because it's so messed up, and I don't want to put information out there like that. But you know, I've seen it firsthand. You know,
Proof. His assistants have the burden of proof. To prove, number one,
I mean, I one time that fucking 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. It was like 2 in the morning. I hear movement up here because I had my studio in the basement at the time, and I was always down there. And I heard movement up here, and I was like, well, what the hell is that? And so I come up to the door, and I hear her talking, but like there's no lights on up here, so it's pitch black, right? And she's up here talking to someone that isn't even here. You know, I just that'd be crazy to experience that. You know.
that Lindsay is guilty of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt, and then prove, number two, that Lindsay, at the time,
Welcome in, Hester. Anyone that's new to the stream, man, make sure you double tap the screen, hit the subscribe button with notification bell, man. We're on the road to 20K subscribers. Help propel me into the algorithm as much as you can by either helping me reach my super chat goal. I have 5 super chats for any color. Help me reach that goal and get your name written on the dono wall behind me. Help become a part of the donation wall. Make sure you hit the subscribe button with notification bell so you can always be notified when I'm live and you come join the stream and chill with the family. And yeah, man, I appreciate you guys for being here. God bless.
killed her children, was not suffering from a mental disease or defect that caused her to have a lack of substantial capacity to appreciate, to know, to realize that what was being done while she was in a psychosis. But we'll laugh about that. It's just another woman. I guess it's just going to make an excuse.
And the one thing about psychosis is it's so hard to prove, right? Like how, like say she, you know, there's no brain scans or there's no certain things they can do to be like, yep, no, she's not lying. She was in a psychosis when she did this, you know?
She's depressed. GAD, general anxiety. Give her a couple of pills, she'll be all right. You know from looking at the objective evidence in this case, this young lady, believe me, I don't have many clients like that. This young lady did nothing wrong in her life. She was a nurse, a daughter, a wife, and a darn good mother. You can see from the objective evidence. You can see, and you'll have all the
Amen,
exhibits
Stacy.
for you to look at.
I'm glad you get to go home, Stacy. I hope you're recovering well. That's awesome. Sorry, I forgot to ask. I was on a tangent.
See by looking at these photographs, which you will have in the jury.
And one thing I will say about her husband too, right? Like her husband got on the stand and you know, didn't bash her. I mean, obviously he was very emotional and you know, you could tell he was hurting. Who wouldn't be? You have to revisit this to go back to, you know, whatever. But you know, he wasn't so quick to bash her on the stand either. I mean, he was defending her when it came to she was having a hard time. She was going through it mentally.
You can see the Facebook postings. You can see what she indicates about, for example, I just randomly grabbed this one. A son, my prince, that they would have you think she killed him first, cruelly because she didn't like him. That is repulsive. So she's living real life with Pat, her kids, having a great time that summer. Life is good. She had to go back to work. In an opening statement, I told you, I said, watch the evidence. Watch the manipulation. Because that's what this case was built upon originally, and how it developed as the case progressed until it's in front of you. And how does that happen? Well, in the very beginning, going all the way back to when the first 911 call that you had to suffer through was made, you could hear in the voice, Pat Clancy, the horror, what he had obviously experienced. You can see.
That's the one thing I will say that's fucked up, though. You know, she was looking for a takeout. She was, you know, she sent the husband out. That's the one thing that gets me too, is like, if she was really in a psychotic state, right, she would have just done it when the husband was at home. You know, she would have tried to do something while the husband was at home, right?
From the evidence that's before you, the injuries that she suffered, you will have in the jury room the exhibits that indicated the extent of the injuries from, I don't have to go through all of them, the extent of the injuries to slitting her throat, to slashing her wrists, throwing herself out a window, blood all over the bedroom floor, window open, screen slashed. Oh no, the screen wasn't slashed, my bad. That's what she thought. It's called a delusion. She was in a psychosis when she thought that. Probably right here, sitting here, believes that she slashed the screen. She didn't. It's objective evidence. And why did we spend almost a week showing you the extent and the severity of that suicide attempt? The reason that we had to do that is because they were arguing that it was a fake suicide. Dinky little cuts, no bleeding. She didn't mean to kill herself. She's going to throw herself out the window, I guess, and slide down the house. Remember that one? Hanging off of the window, sliding down the house, and Lindsay screwed up. And she hurt herself bad. You know that's not what happened. You know that she made, the testimony of Dr. Velkovich, that she made a very, very significant suicide effort, slashing her wrist, slitting her throat. And isn't it interesting?
Make sure you guys like
When
the
you
stream, man.
consider
Double tap your screens.
Objective evidence.
Let's try and see if we can hit 100 likes, man. If you're new to the stream and you're just scrolling through, we're waiting on the verdict for Lindsay Clancy, and we're going over the closing arguments from the defense. Please double tap the screen, man. Get the likes up as quickly as you can, and hit the subscribe button with notification bell. We're on the road to 20,000 subs, man. So make sure you say what's up in the chat, like the stream, and subscribe, man.
Googling slitting a throat. Googling suicide. Googling drugs. Googling side effects. Googling ketamine treatments. Googling all of these drugs. Googling the effects of Tufts medications. Lorazepam, sertraline, hydroxyzine, lorazepam, buspirone, trazodone, fluoxetine, zolpidem, murdazine, clonazepam, quetiapine, diazepam, quetiapine. It goes on and on and on and on and on. You have the chat, you have the descriptions to see. And obviously, she wasn't consuming all of these at the same time, because one thing this kid did was try to do what she was supposed to do. She took the drugs as she was told to take them. She was religious in her obligations to take care of her health. She went to Dr. Tufts when she was a young lady living in a house with her husband and her babies, respected nurse, wife, friend, mother. Should have kept drinking, huh? That was a big deal, wasn't it? Remember that? We're just going to assassinate this young lady in every which way we can. Remember that evidence? I was concerned. She was drinking 5 drinks a day. She was worried about, you heard the evidence. The evidence.
Double tap the screen, guys.
2019. What are they talking about? She wasn't drinking while she had her kids. She wasn't drinking while she's breastfeeding. She would have a couple of beers with her friends. That's bad. We put that over in the bad pile. Right here. We spent all that time showing through Dr. Laposada's testimony that this was a legitimate, dreadful, horrific suicide attempt. You think about this beautiful young girl throwing herself out a window. That's a quarter. I don't know if you ever played pool. I challenge you to tell this jury why we spent a week showing that she committed, your witnesses
Counsel, address the jury, please.
said, their witnesses, serious suicide attempt. Remember that? Tried to kill herself. So now they'll back off on that, and they'll agree. A serious suicide attempt. That's why I say, watch the evidence. Watch the manipulation. Remember the argument with the bands. She took the bands out of the bag, put the gloves on, talks to Dr. Laposada on the Zoom, slams the bands down out of the paper bag, does the movement of the bands and yells at Laposada and says, wrapped. They were just wrapped. They weren't knotted because you gotta get Lindsay tightening the band, right? You gotta hold it. You gotta hold it for a minute. You gotta hold it for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. That's why she needed the bands not knotted. And then she said, it's like this. And they sprang open. Remember that? Dr. Laposada said, yeah, I saw what you did. And she walked away like if the glove won't fit moment. Quarter number 2. What did Patrick Clancy testify to? You heard his testimony. He indicated clearly, unequivocally, they were knotted around the necks of those children to the point where he had to struggle. And it's your memory, not mine. If I say something you don't recall, forget it. It's what you remember the evidence to be. But clearly, I would suggest, he struggled to get it off of Dawson's over his head.
Double tap your screens, man. We
police
just need
officer saw through
39
the
more
window.
beautiful people to like the stream. We'll be at 50
Terrific
likes.
stuff. But it's objective, and it shows the manipulation. This government, this prosecution is a mess. They would take their evidence and argue to you that she did not tie a knot and walk away, because as Dr. Laposada said, you're talking about 4 or 5 seconds, so somebody passes out. No, they got to have the 4 minutes, and that's not what the evidence shows, is it? So, as we move on, Lindsay's in the hospital. And this whole thing about conversations, and she's talking to people, and the kids are in the basement. Her throat was crushed. You heard the 911 tape. You draw the inference, whether or not there's a conversation about where the children are. I tried to kill myself, the kids are in the basement, all that. You determine whether or not that was something that could be discerned. And the police investigation, because as His Honor indicates, there are two things here.
You know, what's going to piss me off is if they come in and they say not guilty. Because I remember when we were watching, me and my mom a long time ago, we were watching the Casey Anthony case. And it was like so clear cut she was fucking guilty and she deserved the wood chipper. And I remember, I'll never forget when that jury came back in and said not guilty. And me and my mom both were like, what the fuck?
One, proof beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty, and number two, proof beyond a reasonable doubt that she was not suffering from a disease or defect, as His Honor instructed you at the time of these killings.
I think
Those
she's
are the
going to
two
get
things they have
manslaughter, to
prove.
be honest with you.
And when the police charge somebody with a criminal offense,
Door by Online, this is the okay guys, so for everybody that's new getting into the stream, we're waiting for the jury to stop deliberating on the Lindsay Clancy case, and while we're watching that or listening for that, we're watching the defense's closing arguments because I missed them yesterday. So that's what we're doing right now. So make sure you guys double tap that screen, show some love and support, try and get the likes up. We got 41 people in here. If everyone in here just liked the stream, we'd be at 50 likes. Let's try and hit 100 today. Help propel me into the algorithm. Hit the subscribe button with notification bell and join the See Me Now Army. I appreciate you guys for being here. Help support the channel by liking, subscribing, hit the notification bell. I do have a 5 super chat go up of any color, so that means $1 and above. Get your name written on the donor wall. Help support the channel. Any large donations, go to the link in my bio to my Ko-Fi. Help support your boy.
they have an obligation to investigate. Now, at the end of the day, when you're talking about, well, we've got the charges are before the court, you can sit there in the court, you can feel proud of yourself. Did you do a good investigation? Do you even know what this, you'll see the photograph of the cup and the powder. What is it? They don't even analyze it.
Yeah, because this is day 2 of deliberation, and you guys know how the saying goes, the longer they deliberate, the best chance that they have of coming out with a not guilty verdict or a lower verdict, right? Remember that with the YSL trial, they were deliberating for a long time, and yeah.
Did they take pictures? Did they analyze? Did they test the blood? Did they? Lousy investigation of the case. Well, that's okay because she was guilty. And they put her in the hospital, and she's the evil woman
The stream, guys.
killed
Like the stream.
3 innocent kids. And they're going to stand there while she's chained to the bed, paralyzed. You heard testimony from Dr. Zeisel. They weren't little fluffy cuffs that were securing her to the bed. They were handcuffs, not the medical treatment. Medical treatment would be, like restraints, so you don't do whatever, pull lines out and things. We're talking about when the big men were in there with their guns and their badges and they're sitting outside the door, and they're going to make sure that Lindsay Clancy, paralyzed, chained to the bed, doesn't get up and run away from the hospital, I guess, and they just have to suffer their way through. I guess I worked 8 hours. I had another shift. I had to work that night. This is the treatment. And what's important about that is what kind of treatment did this young lady get from the healthcare providers? Remember Meg Collins? She came in this court. Meg, you might remember. Tall woman, short blonde hair, squared away. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. She was not only a nurse taking care of her in the hospital, she advocated for her. She stood up for her patient. She protected her. During the pandemic, you know that Meg Collins was in that emergency room when half of us were hiding at home behind our computers, hoping that we're not going to die in a week, drinking our Chardonnay at 11 o'clock in the morning. Meg Collins was in a hospital treating people and advocating for them. That's an example of what nursing is all about. Not having attitude, not treating somebody like they're to be disdained. And what's even worse, she comes out of a coma. She is intubated. She has had major, major surgery of her broken, crushed spine, vertebrae, rib, thyroid. Massive, not my words, medical records, massive testimony, blood transfusion for the blood loss. And when someone, you've heard evidence, comes out of surgery,
welcome in, Dean Watts. Everyone that's new to the stream, man, make sure you double tap the screen, show some love and support, man.
Think about having a tooth pulled. Think about the trauma that somebody has when they're in a hospital.
Join the family and hit subscribe.
Paralyzed, unable to feel the lower half of their body, but able to feel with the meds and the pain medication and everything else, the damage to the spine. And then the hospital has a meeting. Remember the other doctor, I think it was Dr. Shah, the Indian woman? Wicked impressive. She was amazing. She had the facts. She was able to tell you exactly what she observed. She was able to tell you what they were doing to treat Lindsay. She treated her like a human being. She was a damn good doctor. Came in here and told you all of her observations about her and told you one of the things that ultimately that they were concerned about is they had to have this big confabulation about, we're going to take her off the healthcare process. They had to have lawyers. They had to have people there. They had to have her signing documents. They had to determine whether or not she was going to be signing something to have her parents take over because Pat was not going to be responsible for her care. Lawyers, cops, handcuffs. Do I need a lawyer? Write that down. Where are you? You're out there somewhere. Write that down. Boy, she wanted a lawyer. That's a bad thing. Must be guilty. Let's put that in the guilty pile. That's why she said that in a delirious state, dealing with all of these people about that issue. But what's even more nefarious, is you think about it, as I said, your eye on the ball because of the manipulation. Paul Zeisel, big deal. I'm friends with the guy. You heard evidence that I called him. I was with Pat a night or two after this incident in the bedroom with all the blood. I was with Pat taking evidence that the police didn't even see in their thorough
14 more beautiful
investigation.
people, so you like the stream will be
And I
at
was
30
able,
likes,
as you know
man.
now,
Show some love.
certainly, to grab this. Why wouldn't the police have grabbed this? They're all empty. You can see when they were prescribed. You can see what they are. You can see what she took. You read the testimony. It's tough to take a handful of pills. Remember the guy saying that yesterday? Tough to take a handful of pills. Well, no. They were crushed. Oh, shit, they were crushed. Okay. Where's the residue? Where's the crusher? Where's anything? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Great investigation, guys. So you have a situation where they leave this behind. They don't even look at it. One of them, and again, your memory not mine. One of them testifies, well, they might have looked at it and saw it and just didn't seize it. Seriously? They go down to the kitchen, they seized every pill bottle that was in the cabinet, along with the books. And speaking of books, one of the things that they found, smoking gun. Good moms have scary thoughts. Hallelujah. Put that in the guilty pile. We're going to put this in a plastic bag. We're going to show it to a jury so they know that this young lady had scary thoughts. Turns out that Jolata gave it to her. So you have this evidence. You have evidence of sleep aids. You have evidence in the bag.
Really, Kathy? I didn't see
This
that.
stuff was just thrown in there.
Double
Wasn't
tap your
in the
screen,
bag
guys.
When I saw it inside this thing here, and we seized it, and we held it for 3.5 years. Anybody care about it? No. You had evidence that the police knew that I had it. They could have it, they could look at it, they could analyze it, do whatever they wanted. They didn't have to. This here, you heard evidence. This is a little wish jar that they bought on their honeymoon in Hawaii many years prior to even having kids. And when you look inside it, you see that there's all sorts of little folded up pieces of paper. Some of them are dated, some of them aren't. They go all the way back to 2017, 2018, 20. And they reference her wishes to have healthy kids, her wishes for her kids to be successful, her wishes to have a good birth. Second time around, hoping for a good birth, worrying about the child with the, what do you call it, I forgot, where they rub the thing like. This woman lived for her kids until she had the pleasure running into Dr. Tufts of her 2 months experience. And after she ran into Dr. Tufts, it was not a wonderful life anymore. And what did Dr. Tufts do? And everybody laughs at me. I said the television. Okay, I know it's a telemedical thing on your telephone or on a Zoom. Take more pills. You have the medical records. You heard the testimony. You know her concerns. You know her fears. Does this seem like a young lady that didn't care and wanted to score more drugs off somebody? That's another repulsive allegation. I think the evidence is pretty clear. There's no basis for that at all. She was scared. September into October of 22. Young, vibrant, hardworking. You've heard all this, not my words, witnesses' words. Holding goals for herself. Hardworking nurse, hardworking mother, would take the kids to the Kingsbury Club. That's another thing. Sounds pretty snooty, doesn't it? Oh, they're at the Kingsbury Club. It's a swimming pool and a place where you can exercise. Watch the manipulation. Because now you've got a situation where you've got manipulation with the Kingsbury Club, you've got manipulation with these other items here, and you've also got manipulation of Paul Zeisel. Told Lindsay what to say. Say that you're hearing voices. Think about how ugly that is. Because you know, beyond a reasonable doubt, even though we don't have any proof, we have no burden. You heard from Sheila. Remember Sheila, the woman that's the reverend or whatever, she's the chaplain at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. She didn't know Lindsay from anybody that night when she came in all broken up. And she told you that she continued. She was there when Lindsay came out of, was extubated. She was there when Lindsay was going through her treatments. She was there for 8 days before Paul Zeisel even knew Lindsay existed. But they would be in here telling you that Lindsay saw the psychologist.
Make sure you guys double tap the screen, man. It's trying to hit 50 likes.
Psychologist to go and speak to her. And then you have...
We just need 31 more beautiful people to double tap your screen. Just tap it twice. Get the likes up. Let's try and get them likes up. Show some love, man. Hit the subscribe button. We're on the road to 20K subs.
These guys here, the cops, they're having meetings, talking about it. They're talking about it. Must have been the shrink. Must have been the psychologist. Must have been Zeisel. He's the guy that told her what to say, and he did not. How can you ruin a man's reputation with the career that he has had and still has, thankfully, to put him in a position where he tells a broken young woman who is vilified by our society for killing her 3 children, that he goes in the hospital and tells her to say she heard voices. Disgusting.
Appreciate you, Susan. I appreciate you, Susan. Welcome to the family. By the way, anyone that is new to the stream, welcome to the family. I appreciate you guys. As you guys know, this is one of the fastest, most positive communities on YouTube. We don't take no negativity here. We support each other. And we're on the road to 20K, man. Most importantly, 100K. We're trying to get that silver plaque. So as we're sitting here waiting for the Lindsay Clancy verdict, watching some of the closing arguments from the defense, make sure you double tap that screen and show some love and support to the channel. Hit the subscribe button with notification bell so I can see your beautiful faces in here every single stream we do. And God bless you guys.
Sheila, first, that she heard voices. Command hallucination. She didn't say command hallucination. I heard voices. It was a male voice. Told me. You had these other guys that came in. The government's rebuttal witnesses. Very, very impressive. Very, very impressive. The first 2, Mac, put him aside. You've got the other doctor as well. So Mac is, why he was freaked out when I asked him where he stayed.
I'm not going to lie, that psychologist that was on the stand, you know, the one that was going through telehealth, I completely think that the defense destroyed her when they were telling me that, like, oh, well, you think this is going on with her? Well, all you gotta do is, or all you're gonna do is click a box on the screen. You're not gonna like pull a notepad aside and take some notes. You know, like, made it really seem like she didn't care about anything but, you know, trying to get the appointment over with and prescribe something. Like, you know, that's what it seemed like to me. Like, you can't take extra notes and care about your patient is what he was trying to hit home with.
The other guy looked at me like his eyes were bugging. Why did I ask where he stayed? Whatever. Point is, they don't see her for years. Years. And why? The other guy, Halbrin, I think it was Halbrin, he had to wait until maybe it was the last name, I forget. They had to process his payment from the DA's office through the school. Who cares? If you have an obligation to try and be objective, to try and even look as though you're competent and objective, why would you wait for so long? Why would you go with another guy? Why would you take this young lady and have her in a room and question her, one right after the other? Wouldn't you like to sit there and be questioned by Dr. Mack? Boy, that'd be an experience for 3 hours, 4 hours. And the other guy is going to pepper his questions at her as well between that period. And the next day, she can take tests. and then go back at it again with Mac and with Halbrun. And she was cooperative. She was pleasant. She was friendly. She answered the questions, and she owned what she did. Huh? She never ran from anything. She's gone through evaluation after evaluation after evaluation, recorded. You'll have the video to look at as they're questioning her, as she's sitting there in her wheelchair, hour after hour after hour, 3 years after this incident, but that's okay. You're busy. Paul Zeisel was there, literally, in Brigham and Women's, because I called him. Because I was asked to represent this young lady who heard evidence. I saw her in the hospital. I saw her laying in the bed broken. I saw her laying in the bed practically dead. I reached out to Dr. Zeisel, and I asked him, please, can you talk to this woman? Concerned, as he testified, for her mental well-being. What kind of demons, what kind of horror was in her mind as she lay there paralyzed and hurting and medicated, swollen, tubes, pops, chains. He went and talked to her. Big deal. I asked him to go. You judge the credibility of a person. Did Paul Zeisel have the ring of truth when he told you that he's there out of humane feeling to try to help this young lady? And he's been by her side for 3.5 years. Same thing as Sheila. Why would Sheila, for all this time, visit with Lindsay as she testified at the Tewksbury Hospital? She's not getting paid. She's not a hired gun. She's not somebody that's coming in to say something at my request. She loves Lindsay. He's a good kid. He's a beautiful soul. So you have Zeisel that has been with her all that time. You've got Sheila who's been with her all that time. You've got evidence that her mom and dad who live in Connecticut come up and they stay and they visit with her and that they sit with her. And God forbid they actually sometimes have dinner. Remember that? They get the Tewksbury records. Boy, there's a good score. Let's go through the Tewksbury records and see what she's doing on the anniversary of the deaths. How about on their birthdays? Can you see them sitting there going through the medical records? Okay, doctor.
Sorry, guys.
What did she do then? She propelled herself.
Sorry, guys. There was someone at my door. My bad, y'all. Anyone that's new to the stream, man, make sure you guys subscribe. Sorry, there was someone at the door. One of my family's friends, so I had to go check on that quick. Anyone that's new to the stream, man, though, make sure you guys hit that subscribe button. We're on the road to 20K subs, man. We gotta keep getting those subscribers up. So make sure you guys show some love and support. Double tap your screens. Quit being fucking lazy. And as soon as you get in here, just take your phone and double tap your screen to get the likes. Appreciate
Down the hallway. Met with her parents, laughed, had dinner, watched TV, talked on the telephone. God forbid. She's not curled up in the fetal position, wailing, self-flagellating constantly. For 3.5 years, she's acting like a human being trying to exist. But they go through the records and they want to get those dates and use them against her. Manipulation. And then you consider we're 3 weeks away from a trial. The guy yesterday that's looking up to the heavens while he's testifying, Caesar, tells you that he wanted to establish a rapport. Can you imagine? You know that you're 3 weeks away from your murder trial, and you know that this is doctor number 3 who's been hired by the government to come in and evaluate you and testify against you. He's going to establish a rapport. There is no rapport, but yet she was cooperative, she was friendly. Interestingly enough, just like the treating doctors don't talk to each other, they don't communicate with each other, they don't have access to medical records. She signs the HIPAA forms. They don't know what her records are, but they know for sure what Dr. Resnick had in his report. They know for sure what Dr. Zeisel had in his report. They know for sure what Meg Spinelli had in her report, and they incorporate that into their report. But then you have the MMPI and the other psychological tests that were administered to her on the second day of the Mac Heilbrunn team interviewing, interrogating, questioning her. She passes the MMPI. Testimony is presented. She answered the MMPI honestly. And they're pertaining to state of mind. They're pertaining to questions about what occurred. They're questioning this young lady as to what her state of mind was then, in the middle, and now. And she didn't lie. She didn't malinga. She didn't exaggerate, and more importantly, if anything, she minimizes. But she certainly was off the chart on the suicide scale. And then you have testimony from Dr. Resnick, Dr. Zeisel, Dr. Conde. And they were paid for their testimony. We're all paid, like I said, not the jury so much, but the judge, myself, Chrissy, everybody gets paid. These doctors came in and testified. Phil Resnick, the man is something out of a scary movie. He has the world record of investigating, examining, and treating people in psychosis that kill their children, filicide. He has a world-renowned record for checking fakers to see if a person is malingering. Their doctor agreed that his article on Voices is a leading article with research in the world. Their doctor agreed that he, Bill Resnick, is an expert on malingering. You heard him testify by Zoom because he had surgery. But he showed up by Zoom and testified that, again, 4 months after this incident, he met with Lindsay, he evaluated Lindsay, compared, looked at all the records, just like all the rest of them, everyone says. They looked at all the records, the police reports, grand jury minutes, everything else. He indicates clearly, in his opinion, that she was in a state of psychosis at the time of this death, times 3. Has any of the government doctors rebutted that? One of them, Halburn, said it's possible either way. That's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The other one, Mac, you can accept his testimony if you wish, but I suggest that you probably won't. And then you're left with the doctor yesterday, who didn't even know what killing during the course of the psychosis was, and when I was questioning him about it, he agreed, and I said, don't just agree with me. You're just agreeing with me because I said that? And he basically said, yeah. What kind of expert testimony is this? It's a mess. But the government uses them to try to rebut a man like Phil Resnick, who tells you
Welcome in, Mr.
that she
McMitch.
was suffering
Much love
from
to
a
you, man.
horrific
Make sure you
mental
guys double tap
disease
the screen, get
and
those likes
defect
up, show some love and
time
support, help
killing
propel us into the
beautiful
algorithm.
children. Why? The how? And the fact that under the law, as His Honor has given you, she's not criminally responsible. And the burden is on them right here. Prove to you that at the time of the killing, as Dr. Resnick says, that she was suffering from a disease or defect. As Dr. Zeisel said, that she was suffering from a disease or defect. As Dr. Conde said, she was suffering from a disease.
I wonder if she's had any episodes while locked up. Like, I wonder within these 3.5 years if she's had any sort of, you know, psychosis through that from then, you know?
The defect in Conde took you down the road of all of these medications as a psychopharmacologist, as a doctor that specializes in prescription medications. And you got the evidence, so you're able to look at that and determine, see what the side effects are, what she was complaining of, and look at her records. I mean, they have really turned her inside out. I mean, they've got every single text, every single email, every single picture, everything that she did in college. Oh, that's another thing. She lied, according to the guy yesterday. She lied to Pat about being on Prozac. They were dating for 3 months. She's living in Boston. She meets this kid. She thinks that she might like him, and they're dating. Oh, excuse me, before you go out with me, let me tell you that about a year ago when I was studying for my exams, because I'm nervous about talking in public, I got on Prozac. Seriously? That's what the government is arguing in this case. You're going to have this journal, which talks about her being, this is how controlling she was, manipulation. In the opening statement, you may recall that the district attorney said that she was a hard-charging, manipulating woman that was controlling, and everything in their life was controlled, and she ran it to the water, to the carrots, to the beets. You look in this book, and as you might recall, Ms. Rossi testified when asked, Did you feel that she was being controlling of you? Because she says, for example, Monday, 10:24, Callan, put down for a nap. Hopefully we'll nap for 2 hours. If he wakes shortly, let him resettle himself. Bottle when he wakes up. Then it goes on and on. Make salad, romaine lettuce. He likes peppers, broccoli. Cut the sweet potatoes in chunks. Thank you, with the heart.
That's a mom that cares if they do that. Fuck.
You look at her journals that she took. You'll see, as you go along, in the dates that she's recording in these journals, she's talking about the drugs that she was prescribed. And look at the first page. Look at how detailed. Dates, how she felt, 10 milligrams Prozac, and it goes on like that, goes on through November into December. December 9th, 10th, 11th. Horrible intrusive thoughts. Horrible thoughts in the AM. Horrible thoughts. Horrible thoughts. No motivation. And then finally, horrible thoughts, no motivation, deeply depressed. Then, that's around the time she went to Women and Infants Hospital, right?
Make sure you guys double tap your screens, man. It
Look at
takes
this.
2 seconds to hit your screen
As she
twice
runs
to get
into
your light
January.
in.
There's nothing other than little chicken scratches because her mind was gone. In January, as she's on these drugs and she's suffering from what you've heard is postpartum depression that can lead to postpartum psychosis, and you have these men coming in here that don't even know psychosis from schizophrenia as experts, telling you that if a woman doesn't have these symptoms, like it's a disease, symptoms of postpartum depression within 4 weeks. That's it. Lights out. You're not a person that can be considered. You're not a real person for purposes of postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis. Well, I suggest that he's wrong. I suggest the second guy's wrong and the third guy. Well, actually, I didn't even know. It's your memory. If the gentleman, Mac, even knew, I think he said 4 weeks. It can go up to a year or longer. But we don't really know because you heard the evidence. There's no evidence. There's nothing in the DSM, but that's the Bible. God forbid you should go to Europe. You should look at the World Health Organization records. You should look at the way they treat pregnant women that have problems with their children. No, we're the most advanced country in the world. But we still have doctors that come into court on a murder trial and talk about 4-week cutoff on something that they don't even know exists. They've never treated it. They've never written about it. You have terrorism experts. You have an expert that comes in and talks about his focus and his interests, and it's about juveniles and drugs. And like I said, kids that like to drink and smoke weed. Those are the experts, quote unquote, to support their burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay was not suffering from a disease or defect at the time that she killed her children. You all remember this. October. This is not an evidence, it's micro-identification. It's too big, so. But basically it shows clearly and unequivocally the depths of despair that this young kid was in, trying to raise 3 kids, trying to be a wife, ready to go back to work. Did anyone say that she was just lazy or just didn't want to go back to work? That's manipulation. They're arguing. She didn't want to go back to work. She didn't want to go back to work because she didn't want to leave her kids, especially Callan, because she loved her children. They were her life. Manipulation. And when you consider the journals, I don't know, you ever watched the movie there, The Shining, with Jack Nicholson. Remember the scene when he's sitting there in a state of complete psychosis, and he's writing a book and he's typing, and the wife finds the book and opens it up and looks at it and says, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Repeated after repeated after repeated. And he says, do you like it? You look at the records of her Googling drugs. You look at how many times, how many hours of the night in the afternoon she's looking this stuff up, in between taking care of the family, in between all of the stuff that was going on with visiting doctors, seeing doctors, going to Rhode Island, being told, no, we can't help you, calling a suicide hotline, we can't help you, calling another suicide hotline, we can't help you. My God, what does she have to do? She was reaching out for help, and she was not getting it. She turns herself in to McLean Hospital. You saw the doctor, nice woman. She's testifying. She didn't know. I suggest to you that she didn't know hardly anything, let alone psychosis involving a young lady like her going through what she was going through. The government bears the burden of proof, beyond a reasonable doubt, They bring, for example, Ian Whiffen. The guy, you might remember him, was the guy that's, I guess he developed or helped develop Celebrate. What you got when you look at the records, you don't measure on an Apple Watch. Well, I shouldn't say Apple Watch because we know that they didn't have the Apple Watch, but on a cell phone. You don't measure going down the stairs. You measure stair climbing, right? That's what the testimony was. And there were 3 stairs that were climbed. Okay. The last record is 5:38. At 5:38 p.m., we went through that on cross. What happens to the phone? Don't know. It was on the bed. Was it dropped on the bed and left there for 20 minutes? She could have been anywhere in the house during all that period of time, right? Right? You've got a compressed period of time that Patrick leaves to go to the restaurant to pick up the CV, and oh, you heard the guy yesterday say, and then she sent him off to go to CVS. It's on the way. It's on the way. She didn't want him out of the house long. She was in distress. She wanted him home to help with the baby, to help with the kids, to help putting them to bed. How long is he going to be gone? She Googles it. Is that something that is so nefarious? You'd think that that goes right along the line with the book about good mothers having bad thoughts. My God, she actually Googled the time frame that Patrick would take to go to 3B and pick up the food and then leave, and stop at CVS on the way. So I guess the government is suggesting she's not in a psychosis. So she's Googling Miralax because the doctor earlier that day told her that the baby needed Miralax. Why would she do that? Because remember the government's opening when they told you she wasn't suffering from a psychosis. She was a woman that didn't want to live a life anymore, wasn't happy being a mother, didn't want to live that life. So she's going to kill her kids and hopefully throw herself out the window and not paralyze herself, and then she could run off into the sunset, I guess. That's what their theory was, along with the fact it wasn't a real good suicide, it was fake. Well, now we know, don't we? The mess that this young lady was in her brain, my brain is being damaged. I will never be better. That's the evidence. That's the evidence that we have in this case. Burden of proof is on them to prove to you that at the time that she killed these 3 beautiful kids, that she just wanted to move on with her life. And I suggest to you, just as there's no chicken nugget residue, and when you look at those photographs, there's a slice of a cucumber, there's a slice of a carrot, there's no chicken nuggets in that bowl. Patrick wouldn't know what the kids were eating. She was the one that would cook their dinner. She was in the refrigerator, but the guy yesterday is like, oh no. Patrick said that the child was eating the chicken McNuggets in the bowl. No, she was getting food up for the 2 kids, not the little baby, 2 kids for dinner. There's no evidence that she's lying. There's no evidence that she's malingering. And finally, you remember there was a big deal about whether or not the voices are within the head or whether or not they're outside of the head. Dr. Resnick's article with the largest research on voices malingering in the world.
Yeah, I see there's 57 of you in here, man. We just need 24 more beautiful people to double tap your screen. We'll be at 50 likes. Let's try and hit 100 today. Say what's up in the chat. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. Join the See Me Now family. We're waiting on the verdict for the Lindsay Clancy case, listening to the defense's closing arguments. We're going to move on to something else when this is over. Make sure you guys double tap the screen, man. Show some love and support. Help propel me into the algorithm by just hitting your screen twice to get the likes up. And say what's up in the chat, man. Join the See Me Now family. I do have a 5 super chat. Go up with 5 super chats, any color. Get your name written down on the donor wall. I appreciate you.
Indicates that 38% of almost 1,000 people that were examined report voices from inside their head. And it stops. You're going to buy that guy yesterday? He doesn't know what he's talking about. This young lady is not guilty of the killing of her children because she was suffering from a disease and defect, as His Honor instructed you. And they're not going to be able to prove otherwise. And it's their burden, not ours. Thank you.
All right, man. I didn't listen to the prosecutors.
There's no dispute
I seen someone
that
say
Lindsay Clancy
that the prosecutors' closing arguments were kind of trash. So let's listen to a little bit of them.
was suffering from mental illness and that she tried to kill herself. There's
19
no
more
dispute
beautiful
about that.
people. See
All of
double
the
tap
evidence
screen
that
will be
you've
at
heard,
50 likes. I
even the
appreciate you
experts that
guys.
the Commonwealth put before you, say that she was suffering from mental illness and she tried to kill herself. That's not the issue in this trial. The issue is whether, at the time she killed Cora, Dawson, and Callan, she knew the difference between right and wrong, and whether she could conform her behavior to the requirements of the law. This case is not about our mental health system
Appreciate
or how
you guys
it
for
treats
liking
women
the stream,
or
man.
what's in the
Keep going.
DSM-5 and what's not. That's a distraction to get you angry and passionate about an important issue, but an issue that's not on trial here. What's on trial here, what the issue is here, is what Lindsay Clancy did the night of January 24th, 2023.
Appreciate you,
And
Stacey.
what her mental state was at the time. And you can use her psychological history and records, the treatment records, to look at both before and after she killed the kids, to look at how she got to that point, what her thought process was, what her motivation was. But it's not the system or the DSM or any of that that caused her to strangle her kids. In fact, she had more access
Welcome in, Terry.
to treatment and care and support than a lot of people do. She had health insurance that covered multiple doctors, multiple specialty programs, treatment at South Shore, at Mass General, her stay at McLean. She had prescription coverage to cover the different trials she went through. She had support at home. She had 18 weeks of maternity leave with the opportunity to extend that as much as she needed, which is excellent, which is what all women should have. But she had that. She had support from both sides of her family, hers and Patrick's. The two older kids, Cora and Dawson, were in preschool 3.5 days a week. And she had the nanny, Elaine, who helped with Callan 3 mornings a week. And she also helped her with housework and with food prep. This wasn't a woman suffering from a lack of care, a lack of resources. She had an abundance of help, an abundance of care. She had all of that and more. And, you know, this
Welcome in,
doesn't
Barbara.
mean that she wasn't struggling, that she wasn't dealing with mental health issues. She was. She had depression. And whether that's from bipolar or major depressive disorder or postpartum depression, it all boils down to she was depressed, right? And she was trying to deal with that, trying to get help for that. But it wasn't the fault of
No,
the
I appreciate
provider.
you, Susanna. I appreciate you for joining the See Me Now family, man, and subscribing. Thank you to everybody who's liking the stream. We just need 19 more beautiful people to like the stream. We'll be at 50 likes. Anyone that's new to the stream or new to this channel and subscribed, welcome to the family, man. We stream Monday through Fridays during the mornings consistently. Join the family, man. I appreciate you guys. We're on the road to 20K subs, and yeah, join the best community on YouTube.
That she was struggling with this or that she wasn't getting better. They were doing the best they could. You have the records, you heard the testimony. They were doing the best they could with the information she provided them. And that wasn't always accurate information. That wasn't always the full picture. And they were doing the best they could with her level of cooperation and compliance with the plan. Take her medications. You know from the records and from the pill bottles what she was prescribed and how she was supposed to take those medications. And you know from the pill bottles what she actually took. And sometimes those two things didn't align with what she told her providers, what she told Patrick, what she told her mother. You take the Zoloft, for example. The prescription was for 1 25 milligram pill a day for 7 days, and then to go up to the 50 milligrams after 7 days. She told Dr. Tufts that she took the pills as prescribed for 7 days, went up on the 8th day to 50 milligrams, and that's when she had the insomnia and the other side effects and symptoms. She told Patrick that she took the pills for 7 days and they had no effect, so she called Dr. Tufts, who then told her to increase the dose.
By the way, man, I don't say it enough. Shout out to all the members, man. Stacy and everybody else who's still a member, Natalie. I appreciate you guys every month for supporting your boy.
Well, you know what she told Patrick is not accurate because the pill bottle says, take it for a week and then increase it. That was the plan from the beginning. That wasn't the result of a phone call to Dr. Tufts. And you know what she told Dr. Tufts isn't accurate either because only 7 pills were taken from the bottle. So that leaves you 2 options. Either she took the medication as prescribed, 1 pill a day for 7 days, and then didn't increase it, which she says is what caused the side effects and the insomnia, or what she did was not take it as prescribed. She didn't do it 7 days and ease into it and then increase it. She either missed a dose or increased it early.
18
before
more
she was
people
supposed
like
to.
the stream, about 50 likes.
Either scenario is not good. She knows as a nurse the importance of following the instructions of your medications. She knows how important it is to follow the plan and do what's on the bottle and do what your provider tells you.
Much
and
love,
to give
Stacey.
that
I
accurate
appreciate you.
information to your provider. She didn't say, I went up to 50 too early. Maybe they could have adjusted that and tried the 25 milligram for longer and eased her into it. But no, she told her that she did what she was told and then went up and had these problems. So you can see that in a lot of the medication she has. You have the pill bottles that were turned in by Patrick, and a lot of them don't even have many pills missing from the bottles. Some of them have none. The Buspar prescription, the first one, there's only 2 pills missing. The second prescription, no pills missing. The Lamictal, she never took those pills at all until the night she tried to kill herself. So there's a lack of compliance there, a lack of follow-through, a lack of communication with her providers about what was happening with her and how she was taking the medications. And defense wants you to believe that this is a woman who's begging for help and willing to do anything and everything her providers tell her to do to get better. And she was asking for help. She wanted help. She wanted to get better. But she wanted to get better on her own terms, doing things her way, the way she thought she should do them. And as a nurse, she knew that's not the right way to approach it. She knew that an accurate medical history, accurate information about your side effects and symptoms, what your thoughts are, that's important for your providers to know. And she didn't do it. And it seems that the reason that she's not necessarily fully compliant and she's doing what she wants to do is she has this desire to be herself again. She just wants to go back to who she was. And she wants it now. And she doesn't want any side effects. She just wants to be herself again and wants it now. And that's understandable. That's relatable, to want to get that magic pill that will fix you immediately and you can go back to being yourself. But she knew that's not how it worked. And you know that's what she was thinking, because in the searches on her phone, she's searching for things like, which antidepressant works the fastest? How fast does Wellbutrin work? And she's searching all of these different medications for the side effects and symptoms, some of them that she never even discusses with her doctors. And, you know, again, it's relatable that she wants to get back to where she was, but she had discussions with her providers about how these medications work and that it takes time for them to get into your system and it takes time for them to work. She even texted her mother about that, about how she knew that she had to be patient, that it took weeks for the amitriptyline, for example, to get into her system and worked. And she knew all of this, and she couldn't be patient. She couldn't wait. She wanted it faster. She even told Dr. Tufts, it's a note in the records, that she knew the problem was that she wasn't focusing on one provider and following one plan. She knew that going from doctor to doctor, practice to practice, South Shore to MGH, to different programs, not the best way to deal with the situation. She said,
I'm gonna go fill my coffee. I'll be right back.
You need to stick with one provider and stick with one plan to see if it works. And she actually turned down help from at least 2 locations at various points. We talked a lot about the women and infants records. And, you know, you don't have to believe what I say about them or the witnesses say about them or defense. You can look at the records themselves. Page 9, it tells them, it says right there, Patrick was the one who said over-medication was the issue. Not the doctors there, not the people evaluating her. What they put was depression, RO, rule out adverse medication effects. That means they have to look into it to see if medication's a problem. But there's a difference between an...
We just need 18 more beautiful people. Double tap your screens, get the likes up, man. Try and hit 100 today. We can do it. I feel like we can do it.
Adverse effect, a symptom, or a problem with a medication, and being over-medicated, taking too much of a medication or taking too many at one time. There's a difference there. And women and infants never said she was over-medicated. What they also don't do is turn her away. It's not that she...
They're never going to tell you you're over-medicated, bro. With the quotas these doctors have to reach and shit, they're never going to do that. They're going to be like, oh, let's just try this.
Went there and they said, can't help you, go away. They told her, it's in the records, based on the onset of her symptoms, they weren't sure if it was postpartum or peripartum. They saw she had an issue. They wanted to help her. It says there, we offered her. They offered her 3 programs. They offered her the inpatient medical management program. They offered her a partial hospitalization program for general mental health. And they offered her an outpatient program. It shows they put a lot of thought into that, into offering her this care. When they gave her 3 separate options, considering she's a young mom, maybe she doesn't want to be away from home, but we'll give her the option of being in the hospital and getting her medications right. But we'll also give her the option of the partial hospitalization, where she can, be here during the day and go home to her kids in the evening. And then that third option of being an outpatient and being able to be at home with her kids and come in for appointments. It was very thoughtful of them. It was very well planned out to give her these three options. And it's kind of the exact opposite of just turning someone away and saying, go away, we can't help you. And her response, well, I'm going to talk to my provider about it for guidance. And she goes to Dr. Tufts. She sees Gelada at some point. You look at the records, she never discussed those options with them. She told them that Women and Infants turned her away and said she didn't qualify for the program. She didn't discuss those three programs that they offered her. So basically, they give her this offer of help, 3 different forms of help, and she says, no, doesn't want to do them, and doesn't discuss it with her provider. And also that first time she goes to Mass General, to the emergency room, they offer her a bed at McLean, and she turns it down. She wants help. No one's saying she doesn't want help, but she's making these decisions and doing these things that aren't helping her get help, that are turning away help, because she wants the help in a certain way, in a certain time frame. And, you know, all during this time, between September and December of 2022, she's interacting with friends, with family, teachers, gym staff, the nanny, people at gymnastics, interacting with them in public spaces, in public ways, driving her kids around, all throughout that time, able to know the difference between right and wrong, able to conform her behavior to the law and to the requirements of society, and interacting with others and presenting herself as a functioning adult, a functioning mom. You know that she knew the difference between right and wrong during that time because she had those thoughts at the beginning of December of harming her kids. And she told Patrick and her mother about them. But who she didn't tell is important and very telling. She didn't tell a single provider. Not Tufts, not Gelada, not Jennifer McAllister, not...
Yeah, and that's one thing too, like the mom or the dad should have, like, when the dad was relaying the information to the psychiatrist or whoever it was, saying that she's hearing voices, and she said that she was not the same, she never will be, and her, you know, she's losing her time. And I feel like they should have told someone, like the mom or the dad should have told, or the mom or the husband should have told one of her therapists or providers, and then they could have taken action on that too, and, like, you know, admitted her or something.
Dukes, no one at McLean,
17
no
more
one at
people say like
MGH,
the
no
stream
one
will
at
be at
South
50
Shore.
likes, man.
Didn't tell any of them. And why? Because the police might take away your kids. That's a rational thought. That telling mandated reporters that you're having a thought of harming your kids, that they might be taken away for their safety, that's a rational thought. And it also shows she knew it was a bad thought, a wrong thought. Because you don't think someone's going to take your kids away because you're thinking something positive or neutral. It's because it's bad. It's because it's wrong. It's because it's against the law. So she knew that it was wrong. And she was able to conform her behavior to the law because she didn't tell those providers. She went in and met with them and talked about what she was experiencing and talked about her depression. And not only did she not tell them, she lied to them. They asked her, are you having thoughts of harming others? Do you have homicidal ideation? She told Tufts no. She told Gelada no. She told Dukes no. She told Goodhart no. Every day at McLean, she said no. At MGH, she said no. So not only is she hiding it, she's lying about it. She's controlling her behavior. She's controlling the presentation she presents to her providers. And then we get to her being admitted to McLean. You know, up to that point, all of the drugs she's taken from September through December, they weren't given at the same time. The most she ever had at one time was 2 to 3 medications. And usually if it was 3, that third medication was the Benadryl or the hydroxyzine that's like Benadryl, or the Ativan or Valium as needed for anxiety. But most of the time it was 2 medications. And the way they did those medications, you heard from Dr. Satoff, a man who's examined thousands of patients with psychosis, who's treated women with postpartum psychosis, who's treated women who have killed their children, that man who apparently has no expertise. You heard from him
Yeah,
that
that guy,
the medication
or that
trials
Zalius
were
guy, I agree,
reasonable
bro.
and rational. She tried a medication, it didn't work, or they had side effects. they stopped the medication. They tried something else. They tried a different combination. And unfortunately, with mental health, there's no blood test or CAT scan or MRI that you can do that says, well, you have bipolar or you have schizophrenia. It unfortunately doesn't work like that. So what the providers have to do is rely on what the patient's telling them. Hope that information is accurate. Rely on what they're observing about the patient and make a diagnosis. And then based on that diagnosis, have a treatment plan. And every patient reacts differently to medication. One patient could do fine on it, the next not. So they have to do that trial and error process, and it's normal, it's typical, it's reasonable. And that's what they did for her. And even if you believe that the number of different medications she took over that time or the combination of those medications affected her negatively, after McLean, they were out of her system. Some of them had been out of her system for months. Zoloft, she stopped in October. Other pills she stopped in November or December. And that last one, the Seroquel, that she really had a bad reaction to, is out of her system. The only medication she's on leaving McLean is trazodone for sleep and Valium for anxiety. And that's it when she leaves there. And why does she leave there? He wants to go to Corey's birthday party. And that's relatable, that's understandable. She wants to be that mom again who can throw her daughter a party and enjoy it. It's completely understandable why she would want to leave, but she also knew she wasn't there. She knew how she was feeling. She knew she was depressed. She knew she needed help. But she wanted to be that mom she was more. And there was nothing McLean could do to keep her there. She said she denied suicidal ideation. She denied...
Hey, you, the ones that are watching, 17 more of you just need to take your phone and double tap your screen, and we'll be at 50 likes, all right? Let's try and run it up as much as we can today while we're here, man. I do have a super chat goal up of 5 super chats. Any color, help me reach my goal, get your name written on a donor wall. I appreciate you guys for being here, man. I'm not sure how long they're going to deliberate, but the longer they deliberate, the more you kind of wonder what they're thinking.
Homicidal ideation. She said she wasn't hearing voices or seeing anything. They saw the entire time she was there no signs of psychosis. In fact, every doctor she saw, from Tufts in September all the way through Tufts at January 23rd, none of them saw any signs of psychosis ever. So they're all wrong. All these different doctors at all these different practices, they're all collectively together wrong. That doesn't make sense. She shows when she's leaving.
I will play the devil's advocate, right? Like when she says, well, the doctors saw no signs of psychosis. Well, neither did they with my sister, you know? Like it just comes and goes sometimes. Like it's hard to explain, you know? It's just so weird how stuff happens and how mental health is. And, you know, like I said, I don't excuse what she did. I think she deserved the death penalty, but yeah. Make sure you guys double tap screen. I appreciate you guys for liking. Much love. 7 of you just liked. I really do appreciate it. We're at 40 likes. We just need 10 more people to show some love and hit the subscribe button with notification bell. Join the See Me Now family so you can be there every single live stream. Make sure you double tap screen so we can get 200 likes. I appreciate you guys for being here. Sorry.
No signs of psychosis. And they even give her a task to do to see if she can manage her mental health outside of the hospital. Make an appointment. Pick a doctor. Make an appointment. And she does it. She decides on Dr. Tufts. She makes the follow-up appointment. She gets the documentation and gives it to them, showing she can manage her mental health. They have to let her go at that point. She's there voluntarily. There's no grounds to keep her if she's not showing she's a danger to herself or others. So they let her go home. And at home, again, all throughout January, she's showing her ability to know right from wrong and to conform her behavior to the requirements of the law in all the activities she does in January. First, there's the birthday party. She's throwing the birthday party. She's monitoring the kids, making sure, you know, typical mom birthday party stuff. Everyone's eating, getting cake, singing happy birthday. You saw her in the video. She appeared happy and smiling, normal. Everyone that interacted with her said, seemed a little tired, but okay. The Museum of Science. You have that video. The Museum of Science in Boston can be crowded and overwhelming on a good day. And she's there with 3 kids under 5 with her husband. You see her monitoring them, caring for them, doing the exhibits, showing them what to do with the exhibits. If you watched that video and you didn't know who the Clancy family was, and we asked you, pick out the woman who is depressed. Pick out the woman who wants to kill herself. Pick out the woman who's about to kill her kids. You couldn't pick her out. She's completely calm. All her behaviors are typical and normal because she's able to control her behavior. She's able to be suicidal and feel those things, but control her behavior, control her thoughts, and present that image to the world. She's able to do it at the Cape Codder as well. Similar scenario. She's able to watch the kids when Patrick goes to brunch. She's able to watch the boys when Patrick and Cora go skiing on the 16th. She's able to interact with the Carneys on January 22nd. And yeah, they both initially said she was quiet, but then they both admitted she was always kind of quiet. But she was able to interact with them, chat with them in the kitchen, seemed okay. In between January 7th and January 21st, her mother never comes to the house to intervene. Her sister, a licensed social worker, a mandated reporter, never comes to the house to intervene or help, never makes a report. And they're in contact with her every day, texting with her, calling with her almost every day, and never see any signs that they should be concerned or worried or intervene. And you have those text messages between the defendant and her mom. And her mom, obviously, was very attentive, very caring, asked very pointed questions. How are you doing? How are you sleeping? How are the medications? Obviously, a very concerned, loving mom. How did Lindsay answer? I'm getting a little better. I'm sleeping better. She said the only time her sleep was interrupted is if Cora had a bellyache or one of the kids was up. But she's doing better every day. She's sleeping better. She's feeling better. She still says, I'm not myself. I'm not where I want to be. But she's moving in the right direction. And we have that text from her mom the day she leaves on the 22nd, headed back home. I'm glad to see you're doing so much better. Now her mom now wants you to believe that she lied to her, that she wasn't doing better and she was just trying to encourage her. But there are so many things you can say to your daughter who's struggling with mental health other than lie to her if you want to encourage her. You've got this. Take it day by day. I'm here for you. We're going to get through this. But she wants you to think she lied to her when she said she was doing better. But you know that wasn't a lie. You know that she was doing better, or seemed to be, and that her mom said, I'm glad you're doing so much better, because Patrick said the same thing. He said she was doing better in January. Every day was better. The 24th was the best day. They had hope, because that's what she wanted to show them. The only person during that time that she...
And again, guys, you guys know how I feel about her. Piece of crap, unalived her kids, deserves a wood chipper. But what I will say is that, you know, to play devil's advocate, you know, you don't want your parents to worry about you in a lot of cases. Like with me, after my son passed away and I was out on my own for a while trying to figure out life, I was, you know, my mom would check in on, I wouldn't even say anything to her. I don't want her to worry, you know, like I was at my lowest and I still would say I'm all right, you know, again, just playing devil's advocate. But a lot of times, like when you parents are asking if you're okay and stuff and you're going through stuff, you don't want them to worry. You just say, no, I'm doing fine, whatever. Until it gets really bad, then that's when your parents find out. Your parents are like, why didn't you say anything to me? Why didn't you, you know, I want to be more involved, you know? I don't know. This is just a crazy dynamic case.
Gave even a little glimpse of maybe she wasn't doing that much better was Dr. Tufts. And she told Dr. Tufts that she was feeling depressed, which is why Dr. Tufts prescribed the 10 milligrams of amitriptyline a day. Very low dose. And then she told Dr. Tufts again.
7 more people just need to like the stream, be at 50 likes. I appreciate you guys for running up the likes. Much love to you guys. This fly is pissing me off.
Still not helping. And so Dr. Tufts raised it to the 20 milligrams. Again, a very low dose. A dose a child could take. And that shows how cautious and conservative Dr. Tufts was being in the treatment of this patient who had had those interactions with medications previously. She was being cautious and conservative and acting with care for the patient by slowly increasing the medication. But even with Dr. Tufts, she still denied having a suicide plan, denied wanting to hurt anyone else, denied voices, denied visual hallucinations, showed no signs of psychosis, all the way up to January 23rd. Nothing.
Bro, I know, like, I'm so sick of having to wax on, wax off these motherfuckers, bro. I can't wait till fly season is over. These motherfuckers have invaded my personal space and I'm about to crash out on camera.
And if you look at their journal,
I need to
you
get
look at
Mr.
this journal
Miyagi here.
that defense counsel showed you, she's very detailed, excuse me, about when she took medication, what she took, the amount she took, what the effect was for months, starting in October and going all the way up to January. And where it stops, January 18th. Someone who's been so meticulous about
Welcome in, Matthew. It's been a minute, man. How you been? I've been all right, man. We were on the grind. Took a few weeks at a time off this summer. I streamed a little bit, but I spent more time with my kids this summer, man. Like I said, I just wanted to soak it up. Time goes by too quick, so especially like in this month before school started, I just kind of soaked it up with them and spent my time with them before school started. Because now that school started, we're back on the grind every day streaming. We're here.
everything, all the way up to January 18th.
I got to get Streamlabs Ultra though, so I can start streaming to Twitch too, or Kick.
And it just stops.
Probably do Kick because
It's as
I
if
can get away with more on there.
she's decided she's done trying. She's decided that it's too much and she doesn't want to do it anymore. And so she just stops keeping track of the prescriptions. And then we get to January 24th. Everything that happened that day, every person she interacted with, every situation she was in, shows you she knew the difference between right and wrong, and she could conform her behavior to the law. The doctor's appointment first thing in the morning. She's able to drive there. She's able to interact with medical professionals. She's able to seem absolutely fine and normal. And this is a doctor who's treated the kids since Cora was a baby. This is a pediatrician who's known the family and has known Lindsay for almost 5 years. A woman who's trained in recognizing the signs of postpartum depression. She told you she looks for flat affect, she looks for teariness, and some other things that she told you. She saw none of that. She was able to control herself and interact with her in a perfectly normal, concerned mother way.
This is
Able
day
to get
2
home from that
deliberate.
appointment.
Katie asks, how long have they been deliberating? Well, this is day 2. So I'm assuming it's been longer than, I don't want to say 24 hours, but it's been a very long time, which, the longer they deliberate, the worse it is. So if they don't have, you know, if by the time, at the end of the day, if they don't have a verdict, they're going to have to wait until Monday. So, yeah. Yeah, I used to use OBS. I just guess ever since I switched to MacBook, I've been using Streamlabs, but I'll have to check and see with OBS. But yeah, I agree, I appreciate that zealous guy. I just kind of I like Streamlabs more for certain purposes. I like OBS, but I don't know. Maybe I'll download that and try that too, because Streamlabs does take a lot of CPU usage up, man. A lot of battery and CPU getting taken up with this shit. But anyways, I hope you guys are having a good day, man. Make sure you guys hit the like. Fuck, you see that fly? You're gonna get smoked, bro. I'm telling you, one of these times I'm catching that little motherfucker, bro. Ugh. Sorry. Anyway, anyone that's new to the stream, make sure you double tap screen, show some love and support. Try and reach 100 likes today. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. We're on the road to 20K subs. That freaking fly just messed me up. Oop. All right.
She plays with the kids. She takes them outside. She's sending those messages and photos to her mom and to Patrick, basically saying, look, this is a good day. I'm having a good day. Everything's good. I'm getting better. Here's proof. This is what I'm doing. You start to see the planning at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When this is on her phone, you can see her search for Miralax, kids Miralax at 4:02. And then a little while later at 4:13, you see her search for takeout from 3V. And then immediately after, she does the Apple Map search to see how long it takes to get to 3V. Well, defense wants you to believe that, she was checking that because she didn't want him gone for too long. She wanted him home. She was in distress. If you're in distress, don't send him anywhere.
1 second, guys. One second.
limited amount of time to do what she wanted to do. And what she had decided to do was to kill.
All right, guys. So you can see where it dipped. Like August 4th, we were up, and then when I started taking my break to chill with my kids before school started, we started dipping down, right? So we went down like 30 subscribers. I think I lost. We were at 11,060. Now we went all the way down to 11,028. So we're back up though. We're getting almost back up to 11,060. We're at 11,042 subs. That we're gonna try and hit that 20K sub mark soon. I appreciate you guys for being here, man. God bless everybody.
Kill the children and then kill herself. And so she needed to know, not generally, but exactly how much time will I have. And then obviously sees that that's not enough time. So then she searches CVS. And not only does she search CVS, she calls them. Calls them and asks them if they have kids' Miralax, and they say no, but they have Pedialax and one other medication. And then she asks, is it in stock? Because she needs to know not only what they have, but is it in stock? Because she's adding to this errand that she's sending Patrick out on. And she has to make sure she's not interrupted. She doesn't want that call at 5:33. She wants him to go to CVS and have the medication there and get it and then go on to 3V so she has time to do what she needs to do. So that's why she's calling to see what they have and make sure it's in stock. It's a level of planning there and thinking and decision making that Dr. Satoff referenced. And then after that, she texts Patrick, it's been a long day, can we do 3V? And he's on board with that. And she's like, okay, check out the menu, let's get on this. And he asks her what she's getting. She tells him the Mediterranean Power Bowl. He says he's getting the pork belly risotto. 5:10 p.m., she's calling that order in. She's talking to the hostess. She gets the order accurate. She is able to answer questions about how she wants her food. She's able to recall and give Patrick's phone number and his name as the person picking up. And then Patrick's leaving to go get the food. And as he's leaving, the kids are in the living room on the couch eating. The defendant's in the doorway near the basement door. And she says to him, oh, by the way, can you go to CVS? Acting like it's this last minute thought, like, oh, by the way, can you get this? And not something that she's been planning for over an hour. She knew about the Pedialax and she knew about 3D and she knew all of that before she even asked him about dinner. But it's like, oh, can you go to CVS on your way and get kids Pedialax? And he, of course, is like, sure, I'll get that. And he heads out the door at 5:15. And that's the time he leaves because he says to her, yeah, just text it to me. And that's such a normal kind of interaction that we had in your common sense and life experience. You're headed out the door to run an errand and someone in your home says, oh, while you're out, could you get me X, Y, and Z? And you're like, yeah, sure, just text it to me. Because you don't want to get there and be like, oh, what did they want me to get? It's such a normal interaction, right? Can you get this for me? Sure, text it to me. And he heads out the door and she texts it to him at 5:15 p.m. And then he goes to CVS. Even though she's told him what to get and they have it, he still makes that call at 5:33. She calls him back at 5:34. And then he heads out to 3V and then comes home. And when he gets home, puts the things on the counter and it's quiet. It's quiet in a way that a house with 3 kids under 5 should not be during waking hours. So he calls out to them, no answer. He goes to the basement door and opens it and yells down and no answer. And he closes the door. He calls her phone, no answer. He goes upstairs and is able to unlock the door and see the blood and see the window open and go down to her. And when he goes down to her, she's no longer actively bleeding. He doesn't have to put pressure on any of her wounds. And he says to her, what did you do? And her response is, I tried to kill myself. And then it's, where are the kids? In the basement. It's not, I heard a voice. I was compelled to do this. I didn't want to do this. Go help the kids. They're hurt. They're in the basement. Go save them. No. It's, I tried to kill myself. And the kids are in the basement. And defense wants you to believe that conversation couldn't have happened because of how she sounded on the 911 call. But you heard from the doctors, people can deteriorate over time. When he first gets there, she's able to talk to him. And as that progresses, she's losing the ability to talk. And there's nothing in the medical records about her throat being crushed or her thyroid being crushed. You can look at that. Her thyroid was bruised. Her vertebrae were broken, but her throat wasn't crushed. She had the ability to make sound and to communicate. And if you listen to the 911, he's talking to her, and then he's answering the 911 dispatchers about what she said. So even if we can't hear her clearly and we can't understand what she was saying, he could. You know from all of the evidence that you have, putting aside the experts, but all the evidence you have in terms of crime scene photos and videos and the witness testimony and all the medical records, you know how she killed them, where she killed them, what time she killed them, and the order that she killed them in. Even without what she told the doctors about the order, that's something you can infer from the evidence. Because you know, in order to bring the kids to the basement and strangle each one of them, and then come upstairs and get a knife and have a phone call, and then go upstairs to the second floor and either take handles or pills or crush them, however she did it, take the pills, and then cut herself. And it's not just 3 cuts, it's the hesitation marks, and then the cuts themselves. And then you know she bled in a couple spots for a little while, because you heard from Sherry Crook how the pooling in front of the mirror is someone, basically the blood dropping down, and someone there for a period of time, and then over closer to the window, the same thing. So she's bleeding in front of the mirror for a period of time, over by the window for a period of time, and then she goes out of the window. And whether she dove out or climbed out and slid down, whatever you think that evidence shows from the shingles and everything you've seen, whatever happened, she goes out of the window and she's on the ground. And by the time Patrick gets there, she's no longer bleeding. So for all of that to happen in that short amount of time while Patrick's gone, she had to have started killing the kids immediately after he left. Now, defense wants you to believe that it was after the phone call, that after the phone call, she heard the voice and killed the children. But there's a few things about that.
I mean, yeah, because when you think about it, right? She's preparing what he wants her to get her, right? Or what she wants him to get her. So the Miralax, the Pedialyte, whatever, gets that, tells him, calls in the order. And as soon as he leaves, that means, like, as soon as he left, she just started doing it. She was like, all right, it's time. It's fucked up, dude. I can't imagine how that guy feels, dude.
Don't make sense. First is what she told Dr. Statoff, that when she gets the call, she's at the fridge getting chicken nuggets out of the fridge to make dinner. You heard from Patrick. When he's leaving, Dawson is sitting on the couch eating chicken nuggets and green beans out of a bowl. There's the crime scene.
I'm gonna go grab something. I'll be right back.
2 bowls on the couch. Yes, the pink one seems to have some vegetables in it, but there's the blue one there as well. And Patrick saw Dawson eating the chicken nuggets and green beans. So why would the defendant make that up? Why would she say she's doing that during the phone call? Because if she's already killed the kids because of a voice and being compelled and it being against her will and she's like a puppet, then she can't get a call and miss it and then call the person back and have a conversation and then hang up. A puppet can't do those things. Those are decisions and choices and actions that she's controlling. So she has to explain away the phone call because her behavior and her ability to have the phone call don't make sense if she's being compelled by her voice, if she's not in control. And you, further on that, you have the phone. You have the flights climbed. There were 2 flights climbed. You can see, you have Ian Whiffin's report, you can see there were 2 flights climbed. The first ends at 5:33. So it makes sense that she has killed the kids in the basement and she has come up the stairs, and at 5:33, she's in the kitchen and she's getting the knife. And then Patrick calls. Everything she's done, everything from the research to making sure what they had, to telling him to get it, to making sure it's on stock, all of that, and he still calls her, he still interrupts her. And then she gets the knife and she goes upstairs, and she's at the top of the stairs by 5:38. So the phone calls from 5:33 to just before 5:35. So if you want to believe that the voice happened after the call, and the killing of the kids happened after the call, between 5:33 and 5:38, she doesn't go down and come back up and come back up and come back up. There's nothing on that phone about that. And there wouldn't be enough time for her to bring those kids down to the basement and strangle each one in 3 minutes. You heard from the doctors, and Dr. Lapisato included, It could take up to 30 seconds for each child to go unconscious. And then strangulation would have to continue for another 1 to 2 minutes to cause death. And Dr. Lapisada wanted you to believe that the band could just stay
I'm sorry, guys. I got to go to the bathroom really, really bad. I'll be right back.
there around their necks by themselves. But you have the bands. They're exercise bands. You pull them, they resist, you let go, they snap back. I had to hold them up to show her in circles like around someone's neck. And when I let go, they expanded. They don't stay around someone's neck on their own. You have to pull them. And you know they weren't knotted. Patrick never testified that they were knotted, so I'll take this one. He testified that he didn't have a clear memory, but he remembered that they were possibly looped. And I asked him, like, when you're tying your shoe, that first loop before you do a bow? And he said, yeah, kind of like that. So not knotted, not tied, but even his memory wasn't the best. You heard him on that call. And that's why we had to play the call for you, because you could hear him. You could hear when he found each kid. And you knew that he had the phone with him when he found each kid, because his voice, it never sounded like he was in another room. It always sounded so painfully right there. And so you know he's holding the phone and he's not untying knots, and he wouldn't have had the time to untie knots in that short amount of time. And then you have the firefighters looking in the window, seeing him with Dawson, and he's not untying a knot or unlooping something. They say they see him in an unwinding motion, unwrapping. That's why you had to listen to the 911, to show that she did stand over their limp bodies and strangle them for 1 to 2 minutes after they went unconscious. Because those weren't knotted, they weren't tied. They don't just stay there on their own. And even if you wanted to believe that at 5:38, she goes upstairs and puts the phone on the bed, and then she goes down and kills the kids, and she does everything. 5:38 to just after 6 p.m., because he's making the call to her at 6:09. There's not enough time between 5:38 and just after 6 p.m. to kill all 3 kids, to get the knife, to take the pills, to cut herself, to bleed, to go out of the window, to stop bleeding, and Patrick to get there. In 20-odd minutes, it's not enough time. So you know she killed those kids as soon as he left. And when she got the call from him, she had already strangled them.
That's crazy.
And she didn't tell him. She didn't ask for help. She didn't say, oh my God, what have I done? She's a nurse. She didn't go down and try to do CPR and help them. No, she lied. She stayed calm. She presented herself as normal. She had complete control over her behavior and her emotions. She had a normal conversation with him because she didn't want him coming home, because she needed to finish her plan. She still had to kill herself. So why did she do it? You know, defense would have you believe that a mother who was this good, who loved her kids this much, which we're not denying, would never harm her kids this way unless she was so mentally ill that she was hearing these command voices and had no choice. But you know that's not the world we live in. Dr. Resnick told you, most women who kill their children do it in child abuse. Most women who kill their children don't do it because of mental illness. Mothers kill their children, and it's horrible, and it's awful.
I'm pretty sure you have to have mental problems if you're unaliving your children, bro. Especially a mother. Like, what?
Awful, but it happens. So why did she specifically do it? She was depressed. She was exhausted. She was done. She didn't want to try anymore. She felt damaged. But those kids were her protective factor. Those kids were keeping her from ending her misery. And so she had to remove the protective factor. And I'm not saying she was happy about it. I'm saying that it was what she had to do to end her misery. But it was a choice. It was a choice. She could have kept trying. She could have, moved down to her mother's. She could have killed herself and left her kids alive. But it was a choice to take them with her. It was a horrible choice. And it's a choice that that we don't want to think about that a mother can make because that doesn't make us feel safe or comfortable in this world. But it's a choice she made. She knew it was wrong because she sent Patrick out to do it. She could conform her behavior because she waited until he was gone and didn't tell him what was going on those phone calls, didn't call 911 for help, didn't lock herself in a bathroom upon hearing this voice. She knew it was wrong. She didn't take advantage of this situation. She created this situation, this opportunity to do what she wanted.
4 more people saying like the stream, man. We'll be at 50 likes. I appreciate you guys.
And when she woke in the hospital, and she knew she was alive and the kids weren't, she knew what she did was wrong. She said she felt horrified. And then, while still with a tube in her throat, she's asking, do I have a lawyer? And it's not what defense said. It was after surgery and she's delirious. Look at the records. She had surgery on the 27th. She's asking if she has a lawyer on the 26th. Do I have a lawyer? Because she knows what she did was wrong. And then we get the justification, the excuse of the voice. And there are a few reasons why the voice doesn't make sense. The first is she immediately obeyed it. Dr. Resnick, their expert, the one who knows everything about postpartum psychosis, he teaches other psychiatrists and psychologists. He writes books and chapters and articles about how this is a huge red flag if someone immediately obeys a voice. You heard him talk about Andrea Yates, about how she heard voices to kill her children for months. And what did she do? She committed herself 5 times. She tried to kill herself twice to avoid harming her children. But it said that was all accurate.
Let's move on from that.
Lindsay Clancy hears his voice one time and does it. Doesn't try to lock herself in the bathroom, call Patrick, call 911. Doesn't try to leave. Leaving little children alone for 20, 30 minutes, not the greatest option, but it's better than killing them. She doesn't try any tactics to avoid the voice. She just obeys. Another red flag that Resnick was asked about and teaches and writes about is that she only heard the voice one time. She never heard it before, and she hasn't heard it since. So how that works. It's a red flag that she's making up the voice. Another one is that what she said the voice told her isn't consistent. At the hospital, she says the voice said, you have to kill your children so you can kill yourself because they'll suffer without you. What she tells a lot of the doctors is, it says, this is your last chance, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself. And then she tells the chaplain, a third version, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself because they're in danger. There's these 3 different versions. Another red flag, it doesn't make sense. That she's saying the voice says all these different things. And then the fourth thing that doesn't make sense about the voice is that it's vague in its command. It doesn't tell her how to kill the kids, where, with what, nothing. It says kill the kids so you can kill yourself. So she had to choose where, the basement. She had to choose how, strangulation. She had to choose with what, exercise ban. Choose again, exercise ban. Choose again, exercise ban. She had to choose how to kill herself. Now, if you're being compelled by this voice and you have no free will whatsoever, you're just your body's acting on the voice, why wouldn't you just kill yourself the same way you killed the children? You strangled them, you hang yourself. That's acting on compulsion, that's no choice. She tried 3 different ways. And none of them similar to what happened to the kids. And I'll take this other quarter now and explain to you why we got into the superficiality of the wounds and why we got into the height of the window and why we got into how she didn't take enough pills to actually kill herself. We're not saying she didn't want to kill herself. We're talking about that 3rd prong of suicidality that Dr. Satoff talked about. Remember, he talked about aloneness and feeling burdensome, but that 3rd category, capability. She wanted to kill herself, but her natural instinct to live was fighting against that. So she took pills, but you heard the toxicologists, they were all at therapeutic levels or below, except the Seroquel, which was a little elevated. She cut herself, but you saw the cuts. on the meaty part of her arm, horizontally. No arteries, no major blood vessels. Didn't need to be stitched the next day. The one on her neck didn't need to be stitched at all. She knew as a nurse those weren't going to kill her, but she was trying. And then going out of the window, 12, 13 feet. And she landed the wrong way and ended up paralyzed on the frozen.
She probably did those cuts and realized, like, I don't want to do like this cut shit. Like, she was hesitating. She's like, I just can't do the cutting. And maybe that's why she jumps out the window.
Ground. But, you know, the idea that falling out of a 12-foot window is going to definitely kill you, not necessarily. And so she wanted to. She was trying. She was trying in all these different ways. But she just couldn't get over that third prong, the capability of actually killing herself. And that goes against it being a voice. Because if she's compelled to do it, if this voice is making her do it, she would just do it. There would be no fight. There would be no struggle. There would be no resistance to dying. But there was. I guess the third one is Dr. Zeisel. We've never said that he told the defendant what to say. Not one witness, not one piece of evidence. The only person that said that Dr. Zeisel, that we were trying to say Dr. Zeisel told her to make up the voice, is defense counsel. He's the only one that asked about it. He's the only one that brought it up. We have never said that in this courtroom, and no witness has said that we've asked. She knew what she did was wrong. She could conform her behavior to the law and chose not to. And she didn't expect to have any consequences because she expected to die with her children. And we get to what we have to prove is that first degree is deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity and cruelty. You know it was deliberate premeditation because of the way she killed them and the way they died. And the order also shows a rationality. The order she killed them in.
It's like she was sitting there chilling, and then she realized the camera was on her, and she just, oh, I gotta act like I'm sad now, starts quivering her lip.
Because Cora and Dawson are older. If she had tried to strangle one in front of the other, they would have known this is bad. And they would have tried to intervene or run and hide. And she had a very limited time. She didn't have time to try to find a child who ran off and hid. So taking Dawson first and moving him to a separate room, having Cora stay with Kellen and having Dawson go in another room, that's rational. That makes sense. That's ordered thinking. And we didn't show you that post that she made about Dawson being a handful and not being compliant to show she was a bad mom. We showed it to you because it proves she knew that he was a handful. She knew that he was less likely to be compliant, to just go along. She knew that he might struggle. And so it made sense rationally to remove him and separate him first and kill him first. And she brought him into that room, into the office.
Fucking sad, bro.
And closed the door. And she wrapped that band around his little neck. And she squeezed until he was unconscious. As the blood's pooling in his face and causing those blood vessels to burst, causing him pain and panic and confusion.
So those of you guys say he was cheating, remember he said that he was living in a, you know, he worked from home. So, I mean, he's had to have been home all the time. He always said that he was working downstairs while they would be upstairs sometimes. I mean, it'd be pretty hard to cheat when you work from home because it's always going to be a conversation on where you go, how you do it. This bitch is crazy, so she's probably tracking him.
And defense calls Dr. La Posada to say, no, it wasn't 20 or 30 seconds. It was only 5 or 10 seconds until he went unconscious. I'm sorry, how many seconds is it okay for them to have been in pain and panic and confusion? How about it wasn't okay for 1 second for any of those children to feel that? And they all felt it, all for up to 30 seconds. And then she continued strangling their limp bodies for 1 to 2 minutes to make sure they were dead. Deliberate premeditation.
It's fucked
And then
up.
extreme atrocity and cruelty.
It's just fucked up.
The indifference that she showed.
Makes me think
to
about
their
when
pain,
that
to their
cop was
struggle,
crying on the stand. Like, you could tell it just really
to their
messed these
suffering,
cops up. The 2 cops that were on
leaving
the stand.
them there on the floor with the bands around their necks, completely indifferent, because she had a plan and she was following it through. Just think of that. The being strangled and the pain and the confusion that they're going through, and it's being done by their mom. Their mom is the one that's hurting them. Their mom is the one that's killing them. That's extreme atrocity and cruelty. She didn't see them in that moment as individual human beings with rights, with dreams, with futures, individually belonging to them. You heard about the 3 kids. Cora wanted to be a doctor and a mom. Dawson wanted to be a fighter. Callan never got the chance to dream. Who knows what future he would have dreamed for himself. She killed them, and she left them there on the floor with the bands around their necks. She didn't bring them up to their beds and put them with their favorite stuffed animal and cover them up gently and lovingly, leaving them peacefully there. No. She left them discarded on the basement floor like broken toys because she was done playing the game.
So
You know to a
cinematic.
moral certainty.
Ooh.
She is guilty.
Like the quarter thing. Like I've never once in any trial I've watched see them do those quarters like that. Like what? Appreciate you guys for the 50 likes, man. Keep double tapping your screen. Keep liking.
you,
Show
pal.
some love and support, man. We're on the road to 20K subs, man. Right now we're at 11,046, man. We gotta get there, bro. I appreciate you guys for being here. We're waiting for the verdict. So much love to everybody who's here,
Good
man. Make sure you
afternoon.
keep double tapping your
All right.
screens and show some love.
Are you ready?
Thank you, Judge.
This-
Tell us your name, spell your last name for the record, please.
All right, there we go. Oh no, there was this one I wanted to go over yet. All right. I just want to see what this is quick. Sorry, guys.
We're questioning her and testing her and interviewing her. Is that fair? Yes or no?
What I would say is,
Yes or no?
We already watched this guy.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Are you ready?
Thank you, Judge. Tell us your name, spell.
You guys been keeping up with that Tupac trial?
I didn't send it to you. I sent it.
I haven't been keeping up with it at all.
Colleen and Megan. Because I know you don't even know how to open your email.
well, I have it open, just waiting for it right now.
Oh, well, you want me to forward it to you right now?
No, I don't want to read it.
That whole law thing gets in the way of what we do. Words. Words.
So then just do a final run through. I'll let you read through and make sure that that's what you've agreed to, or what you've all either, made a record on.
Boring. Sorry. Yeah, I wonder how long it's gonna take him to deliberate, man. I have no idea. Yeah, I haven't been keeping up with the Tupac trial at all. There's another girl with the last name Gobble. Gobble. She looks psycho though. Like apparently she dismembered a body. Here we go, right here.
You know what I mean? A large property, you gotta maintain it, right?
His hobby at the time, and I'm pretty sure it still is.
So live and dismembered trial, GA versus Caitlin Gobble. Gobble D's. No, I'm just kidding. Bro, who has the last name Gobble? Like I was saying that the other day, I was like, what's this? This parent should have legally changed their last name before having a kid and naming him with that name, Gobble. Oh my God, Gobble. Let's see what Gobble did.
Is Civil War memorabilia
Yeah, so,
and books on it, and stuff like that.
So apparently, you guys, I don't know, they have the description down here of this case. We'll just kind of listen to a little bit of this while we wait for deliberation to be over. So the 19-year-old Morgan Bauer vanished in 2016 after moving from South Dakota to Georgia, launching a 7-year search for answers. Her remains were discovered in 2023, same year as this other case happened, and investigators determined she had been strangled, dismembered, and burned. Caitlin Gobble now faces trial in connection with Bauer's death. Her former co-defendant, Jonathan Warren, is expected to testify after pleading guilty and receiving life without parole. So that's like this case.
So a lot of Civil War memorabilia. And I think if he had any guns, that would have been the only kind in the house.
Do you remember, did they maintain the property themselves there, or did they hire that out?
First name Turkey. Yeah, right, Jade?
They hired out a maid.
Okay.
So there was a maid who would come in and clean the inside of the house. And I think I don't know if Robert mowed himself or had somebody mow. I don't remember if he did or didn't.
Did Alex have anybody that was close enough to him that would help him, ultimately figure out what to do with Morgan?
Instead of watching that, let's watch like a video that goes over what happened. Oops. I spelled her name wrong. Oh my god, bro. I'm so bad at typing. I'm sorry, guys. What the fuck? Sorry, guys. I'm terrible. There's nothing on it. What the hell? Here it is. Make sure you guys like the stream, man. Shout out to Truly Criminal.
At dying day, read what. At just 19 years old, Morgan Bauer was confident, fearless, and ready for change. A tattoo on her wrist read, "Whatever you love can be taken away, so live like it's your dying day." Her friend Taryn said the city life was what she wanted. It really didn't matter where. On February 12, 2016, Morgan, armed with only $20 from a friend, along with a few bags, left her city of Aberdeen, South Dakota, to fly to Atlanta over 1,000 miles away. Her mom, Sherry, had given her a penny, telling her to put it in her pocket to keep her safe. Sherry knew her daughter had agreed to move in with someone she'd met on Craigslist. Morgan didn't have a job yet and would look when she was out there.
As a mom, why would you unless she didn't tell her, but you found a person to live with off Craigslist, bro, does she not understand how, heard any Craigslist murder stories or anything? Like, what? Bitch, the last place I'm going to find a place to stay is on Craigslist. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
But she had answered a Craigslist ad for...
Isn't that how, John Wayne Gacy got a lot of his people, too? Like, what?
A housekeeper and roommate. The agreement was that she would keep the house clean and tidy until she could contribute financially. But no sooner had she started to unpack in her new place, her plans were going wrong. After just a day, she found her belongings on the street outside after being kicked out for reasons known only as an argument. She checked into a motel, adamant she would not be returning to Aberdeen. It had only been a day and she was going to stick things out and make it work. She was waiting for a tax return to come through, so hopefully after this hit her account, she would be set for a while. Morgan had experience as a waitress and applied for several jobs, but without having the right paperwork with her, they weren't able to take her inquiries any further. She started working as a dancer at the Top of Gainesville Club.
So she didn't even take a birth certificate, social security card, anything like that down there?
Hall County, Georgia, about 50 miles north of Atlanta, where she had originally made her plans. On February 25th, Morgan finished a shift at the club before leaving with a fellow dancer and the dancer's boyfriend. And just as things seemed to be momentarily on track, 2 weeks after flying over,
Make sure you guys like the stream, man. Show some love and support. I appreciate you for being here. Like it up. Hit the subscribe button, notification bell on the road to 20K.
she would vanish. Her social media suddenly went dark, her Snapchats went unanswered, and her best friend, who spoke to her just about every day, hadn't heard a thing. Her phone had either died or been turned off. Her mom Sherry said she wanted to be her own person, move to a big city and spread her wings. For her to go completely silent on all counts is not her. I didn't want her to really go to Atlanta. It was something that was really worrying me. But Morgan does everything 100%. She's a go big kind of girl. Atlanta police said at this time, foul play was not suspected. Yes, she was independent. Yes, she was definitely busy moving around and trying to make it work. But to be so silent, something was clearly wrong. Had she run into someone bad at one of the clubs she'd been working at? Had something happened at one of the motels? There was a lot to look into. Thousands of people were sharing Morgan's case around social media. Members in the Facebook group Missing Morgan reached over 13,000 people.
Exclusive new details in the search for a missing South Dakota teenager last seen in metro Atlanta. 19-year-old Morgan Bauer vanished more than a month ago. Tonight, we've learned a big-name private investigator is on the case. Just hours ago, he spoke with CBS 46 investigative reporter Karen Greer.
We just keep going and keep praying that she'll be found sooner than later.
The family of 19-year-old Morgan Bauer has set up temporary residence at a cheap motel in Atlanta. Coming here last month from South Dakota, her mother, Sherry, is pulling out all the stops to find her. These donated billboards show the small-town teen's innocence. Photos online from the Gainesville strip club where she was last seen publicly tell a much different story of a teenager looking for a new life in the big city.
Damn, she was stripping.
Private investigator T.J. Ward, perhaps well known for his work in the case of missing high school student Natalie Holloway in Aruba, now hired to help find Morgan.
There's a lot of Facebook activity, whether it's her or friends that know where she is. But there's things that's changed as late as last night on her Facebook, and we're looking into that right now.
The page Ward is referring to is not Morgan's personal page, which hasn't been updated since she disappeared, but rather a public site with thousands of people posting comments and alleged sightings. Morgan was last seen and on social media February 25th.
There was a lot of pressure on her, and in this day and time, kids, when they get pressure, they run. And they think the grass is greener on the other side, which it isn't. And a short-term fix of making money is not the answer.
This is Tapa Gainesville. She came to work here that night and left and has not been heard from since.
That same night. The latest Facebook posts have sightings of Morgan in the Canton and Woodstock area. Ward is checking into it and adds nothing can be assumed.
This is a serious criminal investigation. And the City of Atlanta Homicide Unit is responsible for this. And these people online need to be very serious about what's going on. This is not a joke.
Ward says social media may be a blessing or curse in this case. With so many postings and so many people claiming to have seen Morgan, it keeps them busy. But they have to check into every lead because you never know which one will help them solve this case.
As with everything online, with the good comes the bad, the rumours and the nasty comments. Sherry had to remind everyone to be kind, saying this isn't a story about a girl who was asking for it, or who should have known better. This is about a girl who is missing and needs to come home safely. It doesn't matter, she's worth everything and is so loved. We want the focus to just be about Morgan and finding her. From everything the police knew, February 25th, 2016 was the critical day. Further deep dives into her phone data and social media showed that her phone had last pinged in Porterdale, almost 80 miles away from the top of Gainesville Club. Why on earth would she be there? What they knew so far was that Morgan had left the top of Gainesville Club with a couple of people. Jonathan Warren and Caitlin Goebel. Caitlin, a fellow dancer, and Jonathan...
There she is. There's the name. Caitlin Goebel. Goebel. Caitlin Goebel.
Then her boyfriend. The pair said they last saw her as they were dropping her at the Citgo gas station. Where she went after that was anybody's guess. No one had seen her since. The investigation was extensive but slow, and information was conflicting. The person she met on Craigslist was of course the first to be spoken to, but the FBI never named him as a suspect. Months passed with nothing, and the leads were few and far between, and before long, it was a year, then 2.
This month marks 3.5 years since a woman moved from South Dakota to Atlanta and then suddenly disappeared. She hasn't been seen or heard from since. Today, Morgan Bauer's mother came to downtown Atlanta to let people know about her daughter's case.
At a community event in downtown Atlanta,
This is my daughter, Morgan. She's been missing in Atlanta for 3.5 years.
Sherry Keenan is handing out photos and missing persons flyers today of her daughter, Morgan Bauer.
There isn't a lot of information out there. Morgan is a cold case, but an active cold case with the Atlanta Police Department.
Keenan remains hopeful her daughter is somewhere in town or elsewhere and is safe.
We hope that somehow she sees this on the news and she knows that we're still searching for her and will never stop looking.
Atlanta police still have Bauer's case listed online, but new leads are needed. Morgan is described as having her ears gauged, lips pierced twice, and has several tattoos. Keenan says a $10,000 reward is being offered in her daughter's case.
Anybody who knows anything or has seen anything, please just reach out. It just takes one moment.
In downtown Atlanta, I'm Joe Hankey, 11 Alive News.
It was now 7 years since anyone had heard from Morgan, and something was about to change the course of the investigation.
Now, before now, police believe that Morgan went missing 7 years ago tomorrow on February 25th. But our 11 Alive investigators have discovered a discrepancy that could shift that timeline.
On February 26th, Morgan had posted a video to social media from a park in Porterdale, Yellow River Park. A video that had only just come to light. For 7 years, everyone believed Morgan had disappeared on February 25th, 2016. This discovery shifted the timeline entirely. After carefully analysing the Instagram video, they determined that a man was following behind her. But who it was not certain. This, along with where her phone last pinged, did point them back to 2 people already interviewed. The only solid lead they had had this whole time was who she had definitely left the club with that night. Jonathan Warren and Caitlin Goebel. Here's what Jonathan and Caitlin had claimed and maintained. They left the club with Morgan, for some reason drove her 77 miles away to Covington, dropped her at a Citgo gas station, and that was the last they saw her. They also later told investigators they watched her getting into a green Mitsubishi Eclipse with an unknown male. But here was the problem. Authorities now knew that Morgan's phone had last pinged in Porterdale, Georgia, only 3 miles from Covington, and right where Jonathan used to live. Morgan posted the Instagram video from the Yellow River Park in Porterdale on February 26th, less than a mile from his house. This directly contradicted their story that they had left her at a Citgo in Covington. Investigators now believed it was possible they had left the club together, drove to Porterdale, and ended up at Jonathan's house. So even though he was now long gone and in Los Angeles, that house had to be searched. Jonathan and Caitlin had been persons of interest since the start, but with the new phone evidence, police could now get a search warrant and really pin them down on both their timeline and their story. So 7 years after Morgan went missing, the FBI were there and searching.
Damn.
Michael Anthony Walden with the Porterdale Police Department. Today we've executed a search warrant, currently executing a search warrant. It's part of an ongoing investigation into missing person Morgan Bauer at number 2 South Broad Street. So far the search has located items of evidentiary interest.
July 27th, 2023. Forensics teams were all over every inch of the home and surrounding area.
Damn.
The property would take a while to search as it was vast with a lot of land.
Make sure you guys double tap screen, like the stream, man. Show some love. Hit subscribe. We're on the road to 20K.
Land around it. And as the property had changed hands, the new owners had no idea what was going on until the FBI showed up.
We don't know if it's Morgan or if it's something else that they recovered. They're not really sharing that information publicly. And of course, Morgan is still considered a missing person.
Morgan's mother, Sherry, says authorities have kept her in the loop as much as they can.
They've made it very comfortable for me to be able to feel very much a part of what's happening, even though there's not a lot of information that they can give me. They've been very inclusive.
And within the whirlwind of emotions that came from yesterday's breakthrough is sympathy for the owners of the property, who authorities say have been cooperative.
My heart just goes out to that family, and they must be going through a lot, also. And it must be very upsetting for them. And so my heart just goes out to everyone involved. At this point, after 7 years, I feel like, in my heart, I already kind of know if I found something, I'm going to do what I said I would. I'm going to go to Atlanta and I'm going to bring my daughter home.
Enjoy your food, brother.
For 7 years, Sherry had handed out flyers, organised vigils, and spoke to anyone who would listen. I'm not ready to say goodbye until she's found, she said. But sadly, it would be here that Morgan's missing persons case would become a murder investigation. Her bones were found on the property.
Breaking news at 9, we just learned 2 people arrested in connection.
It's nicer to watch this to get a little bit of context on if we were to cover the case after this Lindsay Clancy one.
To a Metro Atlanta cold case from 7 years ago. Well, Tori, we've been reporting on this since a little over a week ago, and this is a major break in a case that her loved ones feared was cold.
A few weeks later, 2 people were under arrest. 33-year-old Jonathan Alexander Warren, who was found in Los Angeles, and his girlfriend, 27-year-old Caitlin Goebel, who was arrested in Illinois.
See, when you see these people, it's like, yeah, they look crazy. Like, this is a liberal, far leftist type woman, I guarantee it.
Both were held without any chance of bail. Caitlin admitted to being at the house, but said she had walked in to find Morgan's body in a bedroom. She said she was cold and not breathing. In August 2023, Jonathan was charged with malice murder, aggravated assault, concealing a death, and tampering with evidence. Caitlin faced charges of concealing a death and tampering with evidence.
Last night, we first reported that the 2 suspects in the 2016 disappearance of Morgan Bauer are facing new charges in that investigation. Jonathan Warren and Caitlin Goebel are both facing murder and aggravated assault charges.
Dakota News.
However, after many more interviews and a grand jury indictment 2 months later, both were upgraded to face the full murder charges. Jonathan now had another charge of necrophilia, and Caitlin was charged with malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, tampering with evidence, and concealing the death of another. Prosecutors said they did not believe Caitlin's account about just finding her dead. After his arrest, Jonathan told investigators that Caitlin had an interest in forensic pathology and had wanted to kill someone to cut up a body.
A quiet river.
I just can't even believe I'm saying 7 years.
A Yellow River Park.
Painful. It's been difficult.
Is the last place Morgan Bauer's phone pinged.
There are times where I do feel alone just because it's hard for anybody to understand what this feels like.
But tonight, Sherry Keenan isn't alone.
And we just pray that
these people joined in hand and spirit to remember Morgan at a vigil.
I hope that it connects to somebody. I just am trying to just be really here, humbly, and just laying prayers. I'm so grateful that you all took time out to be here today.
She's been waiting to find her daughter for 7 years.
Thank you.
Never giving up hope of a happy ending.
And I think just that collective moment of everybody just making the same wish or the same prayer or the same thought in the same intention, can create miracles.
Jonathan entered a non-negotiated plea to malice murder, tampering with evidence, concealing the death of another, and necrophilia. As part of the plea, the felony murder charge and the aggravated assault charge were both dismissed. Prosecutors laid out some distressing details, stating that Morgan was strangled before being dismembered and burned. Jonathan allegedly sexually assaulted her dismembered body for several days. Prosecutors said Jonathan claimed during interviews that he and Caitlin ate parts of her remains.
What the fuck? What? Bro, what?
Stressing details, stating that Morgan was strangled before being dismembered and burned. Jonathan allegedly sexually assaulted her dismembered body for several days. Prosecutors said Jonathan claimed during interviews that he and Caitlin ate parts of her remains. Allegations.
Bro, what the fuck? Why would they let this guy? Oh my god, why would they not put him to death, bro?
That were not independently verified and were not part of his guilty plea. Prosecutors wanted to show social media evidence, including TikTok videos, where Caitlin allegedly discussed her.
Imagine being at that mom and knowing that he did that to her and that she ate or they ate part of her. Like what?
Fascination with serial killers and the occult. And another graphic video of her. Some sources have stated that in this video, she was holding what appeared to be a severed head. But the actual contents of the video have not been shown or shared. The state also wanted to introduce social media posts made by Caitlin, writings and notes from the defendant, and testimony from the co-defendant Jonathan about Caitlin's alleged occult practices and interest in death-related topics. Jonathan was expected to testify about conversation and
Yo, this is a creepy-ass case, bro.
behaviours that he witnessed. The prosecutors said demonstrated Caitlin's fascination with violence and death. The judge did not immediately rule on whether the evidence would be allowed at trial, so this remains up in the air. As said before, Jonathan entered a non-negotiated plea, asking to be sentenced to life with the possibility of parole down the line. But given the sinister and depraved facts of the case,
Jonathan Alexander Warren was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole after pleading guilty to his part in the 2016 disappearance of 19-year-old Morgan Bauer.
He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
The Newton County District Attorney said the indictment against Goebel is still pending tonight. Morgan's mother shared.
Caitlin's trial is still pending, and Jonathan is apparently now cooperating with prosecutors to testify against her, claiming she was the one obsessed with killing and dismembering someone. Whether we will know the full details remains to be seen. Those accused in Morgan's disappearance and murder are now in custody and facing accountability. When she went silent in February 2016, it was the first sign that something was terribly wrong. That silence would last for 7 years. Even now, with Jonathan Warren behind bars and Caitlin Goebel awaiting trial, the answers may never fully come, and they change nothing even if they do. Morgan is still gone. Her hopes, dreams and ideas will be 19 years old forever. Morgan's story is one of a young life hoping for a big change, adventure, a journey of self-discovery, in a new part of the world. She lived boldly, chasing her dreams even when it meant leaving everything familiar behind. Leah, Morgan's stepmom, said Morgan has now been missing in her life for longer than she was physically in it. She added, everything that was taken from Morgan was taken from us. We didn't get the opportunity to see her do anything that kids do when they grow up. Her brothers will never have known an adult relationship with her. The horrific things that were confessed to and turned up in the investigation are all we have left, and are things that no parent should ever have to hear.
Yeah, that's crazy.
At one of the many vigils,
the fact that they ate part of her and he did that to her is that's like insane to me.
Mom Sherry said, in the glow of these candles, I see reflections of the light that my daughter brought into our lives. She was a glowing beacon of joy, laughter, and unconditional love. Tonight, as we hold these candles, let them represent the warmth of her spirit that continues to shine brightly in our hearts. My daughter's light may no longer be a visible flame, but that light lives on in the hearts of those who loved her. Tonight, let us honour Morgan's memory by committing to live our lives with the same kindness, compassion, and fun she shared so freely.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy, Stacy. Yeah, well, now I want this girl to get the wood chipper as well. Shout out Truly Crime. I'm sure I'm going to get copywritten for that music, so. Yeah, dude, that's just sad. I hate seeing pictures of kids like that. I can't do it. I almost shut it off.
You know, like I can't, for the life of me, I can't think a guy would do that. Maybe he did, but I'm just curious, did he move anything else? Did you see him maybe put anything anywhere? Or?
I don't know. I don't know if he was just relying on the possums or
For
whatever.
nature, take its kind of course. Type
Yeah.
thing. Okay.
Now, and kind of going to the phone a little bit, Morgan's phone, before you guys took the SIM card and battery out and discarded it. I know the last time we talked that he made attempts to try to get into the phone.
Yeah.
To manipulate some things. How did he try to do that? Did you guys try to?
Yeah, they ate him for several days.
He just
And
tried
he
to
had,
play with it a
he
little
essayed
bit,
her
found out
dismembered
there was a
body.
passcode and
He R-worded
said
it.
forget it.
Did anybody try like calling it or messing with it? Did that make those moves?
I don't think so. I think there was a call that came through on it that he had me answer, and it was her guy friend.
You talked to the guy friend?
I think so.
Okay. And do you remember what the conversation was? I
He
mean,
was just asking about like, hey, can Morgan is able to answer, like we could let her, tell her I need to talk to her. I think it was something about the motel.
and how long after Morgan's death was this?
That was the next morning.
Make sure you guys double tap the screen, man. Get those
And I
likes
know
up.
the
Show
last
some
time
love.
we talked,
I'll probably stay down for another
7
hour.
years ago, we're trying to
I'll probably
remember
put it
the
on
date,
starting soon.
Do you recall the date, the actual date on the calendar that you think Morgan was?
While I go do some stuff I need to do, so if the jury comes out, then we can
The
watch
only
it.
reason I do remember those dates or even what month it was in is because of Terry and the report.
Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button, man.
So kind of your recollection of time based on that is independent to you, it's based off information that you've obtained.
Yeah.
Either, do you look at this stuff online too, or?
Occasionally.
Yeah, I know it can be brutal, I can only imagine,
A
so.
lot of times I just wanted like someone to go and search. That's one of the things that throughout the years I've just been like, just search the property, just search this property, just go there. And
Well, that's
I
where
know
you,
how
that's where you
warrants
came
and
from.
searches and stuff are hard to get.
Guess what we did?
but-
I mean, we searched the property.
I know, but I wanted them to just do it on their
I know,
own.
I know.
Like
Well-
the people who were all over in Floridale looking around the river and stuff, I just wanted somebody to come across something and then be like, oh, this is wrong, and call the police, and then the warrant happened and everything goes that way.
Well, I want you to understand something, Caitlin. So that information, we can't just go on somebody's property, if somebody says something, but look at me for a second. The information you gave us the ability to do that, okay? And I can't tell you enough how much that means and how far that goes, okay?
I know, I
but
agree, Stacey.
you're the one that got us where we got us there to start some type of closure with Morgan and start to bring some type of closure to everything that has happened with the whole thing, okay? So like I said before, I really appreciate you doing what you've done, okay? But like I said, moving forward, I when we go to court, or not go to court, but when we keep going with this investigation, I don't want anything to come up, like, I get the part what you're saying about the amnesia and stuff like that. But I don't want, is there anything else that you can help me with?
Any information you provide,
Right.
the systems,
Right.
in any way moving forward, other than what you've already provided.
Distance myself as much as possible.
Okay.
Like I said, so the only reason I remember the month or the dates or anything, the only reason I remember the times is because I'm using my knowledge that clubs pretty much work all on the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm using my work hours as a frame of reference from there. And then the only reason I remember the month or the dates, it's not because of what the weather was outside or anything like that, it's because of seeing later reports.
Right, I got you.
What's the timeline? You said the total timeline from when you started talking to Alex to get to Georgia till you all got back up here and split.
That doesn't have dates that are reported. So a month before I met him, say like 1st of February, so maybe started talking to him like
Yeah, I can't believe it's taken that long
Beginning of
either.
January, sometime around there.
Rewind a little bit if you want to see what this is, or what trial this is. This is Georgia versus Caitlin Goebel. They dismembered a girl and ate her and whatever, did whatever else to her, and 7 years later they got him, so she's on trial for it.
After February, maybe a couple more weeks into March, and then haven't gotten to grandma's. So it's not a long period of time.
So I know, like, it's all out there, right? So you try to look through the case. There's some of the information's out open source. You can read the missing Morgan page. You can read all these things that have been done. I know there was some questions about some stuff associated with your Facebook page, the drama that started there. Yeah, you had to deal with that. So I know there was a post that everybody kind of really latched onto. And I'm sure, yeah.
Freaking
What's up with Bob? What's up with Bob?
Okay, so a lot of times if I get scared or I'm extremely uncomfortable, I'll make jokes or I'll start laughing. I have that weird dissimile, like when I've had to go to family members' funerals, I'll just not be able to react the same way because I immediately clam up and everything gets stuck. Or, I'll like to focus on things that are funny that I remember about them. So I'll tell dumb, inappropriate stories that remind me of them, but I like it.
But that's how you deal with it.
So, freaking Bob, and the part that everybody skips over was the bottom of the post. It says, Bob is a creepy mother effer. At the bottom. And it was it's like, don't be like Bob. You know how the other memes that are like, Joe does this. Joe thinks this. Don't be like Joe. Joe's a blank.
We got some flack on that, I'm assuming, right? Did everybody kind of lose their mind over that a little bit?
It was one thing that was pointed out. The other thing that was pointed out was a post I had made a couple days, I think a day or two before.
I think I have it.
A couple days before, where I was directing the post at one of his ex-girlfriends, because I was like, well, it's inappropriate to be flirting with someone when they're dating somebody else. Don't cross me, I will fight you.
I see one as I'm the last person you ever want to lock horns with, come on.
Yeah.
Tiny bitches, I see that one. And 19-year-old kids, right? I get it. I mean, we deal with the Facebook stuff all the time. We see more drama perpetuated from social media than we do about any other medium or format in the world anymore.
I know another thing that came up was one of my Halloween posts. Another thing that they had brought up was a Halloween post that I had done because I like special effects. Believe it or not, practical effects in a scary movie are just...
And she's even bringing up scary movies in the damn interview, bro. This girl is psycho.
It actually takes art to create it. Did you know the reason why the T-Rexes in Jurassic Park look so good? They're puppets. They're giant puppets.
I didn't know that. But they do look fantastic.
They look so much better than the new CGI ones.
They can detail, I'm sure.
Yeah, and when that T-Rex actually stepped down on the car, it actually popped that pane of that window out of it. And that was a genuine reaction from the kids when they were screaming, because it wasn't supposed to do it, but it still made the movie that much better.
Didn't know that.
So if you're into that and that's your passion so much, why didn't you follow that and get into the design and the makeup for that stuff?
Because it's just a hobby.
But look at you talking about it, how passionate about it, you would do great.
It's just a hobby. I have kids.
Just
and
kids?
They come first. So doing like schooling or anything for that, trying to get into
Oh my God, she has kids, no.
field, and
I mean, it's just
Yeah.
definitely a thought, because it's like, I think you would do well, because you seem so passionate.
Okay, so can we get back to Sarah just for a second?
Yes.
So
I'm looking at another one here, I think. This is the ouch, gets that struck a chord that you were begging from my man so he could support your nasty ass. Like he used to before I came along and taught him that a real woman can support
Sarah.
herself. Your life sucks. So
I don't remember her last name. But
did she, it looks like maybe she could have potentially, did she like play games of trying to like stuff after you posted it and the childish bullshit that goes with that?
Yeah.
So it'd be that Sarah that maybe liked, it could be the Sarah that liked the comment.
I think so, because it's just like, yes, I was mad because, you know, I was doing all this work and had him in a good position-ish, like he had money to pay for the stuff he wanted, but I was the one doing the work. And then she wanted to flirt with him, and then it's like, you really do not realize that he cannot support you.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I'm the one doing it all.
And so, again, neither one of those messages, are you saying none of those were directed at Morgan? I know. So that's been taken out of context. Is that what we're saying here?
It was taken out of context.
And was Alex talking to this other Sarah girl? I mean, what was your feelings on that?
I don't know. I don't know if he was talking with her. I don't know what exactly was going on there. He had told me about it, like she had been hitting him up and flirting with him and stuff, and he was going to go hang out with her for a night, and that I got mad. Not mad enough to yell and throw stuff, but mad enough to make a dumb Facebook post.
19-year-old kids, right?
Oh, yeah. So when did he tell you about her as far as his relationship with her?
He'd been talking about ex-girlfriends the entire time we were together.
Okay.
He would go hang out with some of them, or he would hang out with some of his buddies, and one of the girls would show up or something like that. So I have no idea what totally went on.
Right. Okay.
Did he like making you jealous?
He liked making me cry. He liked making me upset. So that he could be, you know, the good guy when he comforts me.
When we hurt you and comfort you.
Yeah, we're doing good today. Gotta be consistent. We'll go back where we were.
And, you know, I was just joking. You're having an overreaction to it.
I don't understand the problem.
Can we do the meeting again real quick? I gotta use the bathroom.
You want another coffee? Water, soda,
I'm good.
snack?
Okay. Where's Sandy? Just sit there a second.
Absolutely.
See that coffee? Have to be fast.
Already kind of planned and prepared things out. I genuinely don't know if everything that happened in that jumpy ass time frame, that scared me a lot, especially when I left. Which is another reason why I've been quiet. Because those moments scare me.
That makes sense. And the human mind is so fascinating on how it will, in each individual person, and how they deal with having one of the stressful moments. You know, it's kind of, it's impressive how that works. So with you talking about that, I definitely understand where you're coming from.
It's really dumb. Like, yeah, something really traumatic happened. Why can't you deal with it, brain? Grow up.
But it's not about that.
Oh my God, dude, this is wild to listen to.
It can be, your body may be looking at it as self-preservation.
And then, like, so basically I've already made my peace with plans and stuff, family and everything.
So have you ever got off of work and you're thinking about stressful stuff and haven't had anything to drink, nothing like that, and then you get home and you're thinking, how did I get here? Do you ever do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, because your mind, you're on autopilot doing what you want to
Driving
do.
on autopilot doesn't scare me as much. It's more like when I was pregnant, me and my ex-husband got into a fight. And I saw him slam his hand into a glass clock. And then, the next thing I remember, I was laying in the middle of the kitchen floor.
Were you hurt? Was there any blood?
Nothing was wrong with me. I wasn't hurt. They said that, like, the roommate we had said I just kind of wandered out of the room, wandered through the house for a minute, stared out the window, and then laid down on the floor.
You lay down like you didn't faint or anything?
I didn't faint. I just laid down.
And you've never had to talk to a doctor about the different things you're feeling, which, and you're right. I mean, I'm going to tell you, I even take this. That's my sugar.
And then on top of that, I
Oh shit, that's loud.
So you and your ex-husband do kids not like weekly, it's monthly?
Month by month.
Oh my goodness. And that's an agreement you both made?
Mm-hmm. So they don't feel like hotel kids.
And I get that.
Hello, motel. Please be patient. I can't give you minute-by-minute updates. I can't do that, okay? I'm aware. I don't know.
Judge Worthington?
I don't know. Just put the idea for Grandma will be fine. She worries about everything. Put the idea for tomorrow and just let it be. I'm a grown woman.
You know, and I will reiterate on what Lieutenant said. And I'll be completely honest with you. Before I got to meet you face to face and read and everything, yes, I thank you very much. And you said that you didn't have sympathy for Morgan's mom because she reminded you of things.
100%, Banjo, welcome back.
But I thank you for her friends and family. I do thank you. I can't if I want to.
You can if you want to, but
it's a very, very big thing that you did.
there's been a lot of, if it weren't for my kids, then I never would have come forward because I probably would have ended up hanging myself.
Yeah, she's crazy, bro. This is crazy. This bitch is wood chipper right now. Come on.
That's from being a kid. I've had suicidal ideation since I was 9 years old.
I don't know you. And you're Caitlin.
Jesus Christ. Shut up.
And I can tell you one thing. I don't know where you sit on your thoughts or anything, but you don't have to listen to me. You don't think about that anymore. Because I promise you, you matter.
You do matter. It's ideation. It's occurred in my head since I was 9.
But you know what? There's a reason that you had to go down that. There is a reason you went through every obstacle in your life. And you have no idea. What if you were just at the grocery store the other week and you were talking to somebody? You know how strangers sometimes you'll tell them everything that you wouldn't, you're sneaking on it? You might have helped them and never even known that what you've been through may be something you shared. So you've got to look at it that there can be positives in our trials. You really can. And we may never even know that we helped that next person. Or something as simple as when you're passing a gas pump and just, you know, us women do it more than men. You know, look at each other, kind of smile, just saying hi without saying hi. Well, those little things can matter, but you have no idea. You might have talked to somebody or touched somebody in a way that, because of what you've been through, you could have helped them. But I definitely don't want you to think about hurting yourself.
Like I said, there's a difference between planning and desiring and the ideation, and it's...
Well, just throw all of that out your window. Out the window, just forget about it. Don't think
Well,
about it.
okay, have you ever got the call of the void? It's like the call of the void just occurring at more frequent cases. So you know when you're driving and you're like, I could just veer off the road right now. Why did that thought go through my head?
And you have no idea what it does, and I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, so ideation from a young age, that comes from like the abuse and stuff I experienced. It's like I discovered at a very young age that I could die. And I also discovered that living hurts.
Oh, really?
So
Big time.
So from a very young age, I was always like, I knew I could climb that tree and just jump off. What if I bounced my head on the pavement? Or at school, they had this like high up overwalk on like a second story. I could just hit the pavement from there if I just, tipped over here.
Yeah, we gotta get this out of your head, Caitlin. We gotta get some of this like
I know, it's just calls of the void, and I have...
My back is starting to hurt, bro. Straight up. After a while, bro, I don't know, I wonder if I can't... Sorry, guys. Like the pause screen. What's the pause screen? Let's do this. After a while, and then whenever the verdict comes, I'll just come back on and we can finish. I'm not gonna get off right now. In a little bit though, and then I'll just mute the mic and stuff.
My kids. So I'm stuck here, okay? And then my boyfriend would be really pissed.
Yeah.
He'd probably start looking into necromancy or something.
Yep, and then he'd come back and get you.
I'm gonna bring you back,
Yep.
and I'm gonna smack you for it. But I've explained it to my boyfriend too, because he's like, what? Like he's noticed time dressing particularly just mopey, and he's like, what's going on with you? Like, what's going on in your head? I'm like, just bad thoughts. And he's like, do I need to hide stuff? And I'm like, no, it's just bad thoughts.
But you're a mom, and you'll sit there and, now my kids, my baby's 18, my daughter's 21, and we worry and we'll think about those things, and that is part of being a mom.
I've had nightmares of Alex getting a hold of my daughter and me not being able to get to her in time.
And I understand that completely.
Yeah, it's kind of funny you say that when you just unalived someone else's daughter and ate part of her body for several days, and the guy did what he did to her. Like, what? This girl is like another one. Another one needs the wood chip.
I definitely do. In your shoes, I can, oh gosh, I can totally see why you would think that way.
Like her being so small, she's a baby still. She's in kindergarten, but she's a freaking baby.
Yeah, she'll always be a baby.
Small. She can't defend herself. And that's another thing. I've been like, God, I gotta get my kids into like some martial arts, something. They have to be able to know to do.
It is so weird how this girl is saying this. Yeah. She unalived someone else's daughter who couldn't defend herself. So what, like, you're one of the monsters in this world, so you know that your kids need to go learn to defend themselves from people like you.
Defend themselves. If someone tries snatching them up, I've even taught my daughter to drop between her legs, grab onto one leg and grab onto the other leg and scream.
But whatever they gotta do.
Well, I did teach my kids to run, because you can get caught if you run. But if you catch them and scream your head off, everybody's looking, and they're going to want to get out of there as quick as possible, so they're just going to try to get you off them and run.
It's interesting how your thought process changes once you get your babies. And as for Alex, that he tried to reach out to you between that time after you ran into him in California.
He didn't reach out to me in that time. I think he may have put a couple messages on my old posts, but he didn't really reach out. It was when my daughter was born and my husband had made those posts that he had a private number.
How old was my
Me and my husband got married in October in 2020.
And you're divorced?
Yeah, I did last. The relationship was already going downhill when we married.
So I just want to go back to one thing, Caitlin. So you mentioned earlier in the interview about a box being placed into a vent. Who put that box in that vent?
He did.
He did. So you watched him put that box in that vent?
Yes.
Okay. Did he say why he was putting it up in there?
Okay. I'm not, this is a fuzzy one, so I'm not 100% sure on, what exactly was in the box or why he said he was putting the box in there. I just know he put, or even if it was a box, I know he put something in the vent.
Okay.
I just, for some reason, wooden box makes sense to me, but he put something in the vent and it was things that belonged to her.
Okay.
So I don't 100% know the exact
You just said you don't remember any of that.
whole context of it. I just know something's there.
Okay.
For the phone, I know the phone got discarded. Did I think you already said the battery and the SIM card, did they get discarded at the same location or did they get located?
It's the same location.
Same location, okay. All right, so we're kind of in a phase now where, again, we're trying to do everything we can to bolster your credibility. I know you've been in contact with people probably in the last couple months about everything that's gone on. I know specifically, just Ashley. That being said, one thing that we usually do in these cases is we take a look at people's cellular devices. Okay, I see you have a phone with you today, right? Do you have a problem with us taking a look at your device?
No.
Is there a passcode?
Yeah.
What's the passcode on it, if you don't mind me asking?
7228.
Okay, if you don't mind, just show him.
I'm not a phone guru, but I'll let you try to walk.
If I walk it,
What kind of phone is this anyway?
a Moto. Yeah.
So what we can do is we can actually take it and we can put it on a machine and we can look at the contents. Do you have a problem with us doing that?
I don't have a problem.
Okay.
I mean, there's.
We're looking for stuff related to this. I'm not trying to
Yeah.
get into this personal.
TikTok and Facebook. And
Everybody's got that.
So all I'm doing is push this button and make the screen go down.
Yeah.
And we'll take that out here.
Yeah.
You said the code was what again?
I got it.
7228.
You can go ahead and collect the transcripts up. I had a couple questions.
What were those pictures, bro?
You can go ahead and collect the transcripts up. I had a couple questions.
Yeah, she definitely needs that, Stacy.
So, Lieutenant Downs, there was a little bit more conversation in this interview after that, just about I guess what was going to happen next, right?
Correct.
And what was that? What happened now?
I explained to her that she was going to be placed under arrest for concealing the death and tampering with evidence.
Okay. And before you actually go take her and book her into the jail there, does she ask to go smoke cigarettes in a room with Investigator Brose?
She does.
There? Okay, and they let her do that. Y'all send her in a room. Is that room also recorded?
Yes, it is.
And is the recording you viewed in relation to that a fair and accurate depiction of that conversation?
Yes, it is.
Or some of it. Okay. Altender states states 106.
No objection, Your Honor.
And thank you. And there's also transcripts, which I'll tender one for the record as states 107. Okay. I mean, when they're not talking about too many things really relevant to the case while they're sitting in that room, right?
No, they're not.
Okay, so a lot of it's just random stuff, but there I guess are some conversations that might be pertinent to some of the topics or issues we have going on here. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're not watching the entire thing of them sitting in that room. We're just watching some portions of it.
That's correct.
All right. We'll go ahead and pass out those transcripts, and I'll publish states 106.
Where'd your grimoires come from?
I've picked them up over the years. I have one that's called the Greenwich Grimoire, and that's my favorite one because it's like this thick, and it has stuff on astrology, it has stuff on herbs, it has stuff on like candles and colors and all of it. Like it's a very well-rounded one.
Okay, so it has got your stones in there?
Mm-hmm.
You're a fixer. That puts a lot of stress on you. You wanted to help because you mentioned you thought.
I wanted
Save Alex.
I wanted to save him, and then I put Morgan in the situation she ended up in because I wanted to take her under my wing because she was very trusting with like all the clients. And I've always been more of a, you gotta kind of show your hand to me before I show my hand.
Well, it sounds like you had a tough life, so you had to learn those things the hard way.
Yo, this cop has the fattest vape I've ever seen in my life.
Sounds like.
My longest held page is where I did all my cosplay stuff. Like, I did a goblin character, and the goblin character is just for silly, random stuff, because, you know, it's...
She's ripping clouds, boys and girls.
One of the quotes that I used for the goblin character is, your body is a temple. My body is a Motel 8.
Okay, that's funny.
You know this cop is fake laughing, bro. That shit was not funny, dude. L joke, bro.
And then I did a vengeful siren. So I added a storyline behind her and stuff, and her lover killed her and threw her body in the ocean, and she came back as a siren and got revenge, and you know,
they're pretty wicked creatures.
went on to like have like act out revenge on other abusive men in the community. So there's my siren character, which is spooky and stuff.
You could write short stories.
And I did a this was just a fun cosplay, but it was a camp counselor meets Voorhees. So I did like a split face. I did the Jason Voorhees mask just painted on my skin. And then the other side, I had my hair spiked up. I had the little like blood spot from where a machete would have hit, and then a little bit of the fake blood on my mouth. And did that one. I had a fake head for that in one of the videos.
Yeah, right, Stacy.
But yeah, it just.
I bet you when she gets, I bet you when the girl cop gets out of the room, she just takes a big deep breath, like, oh, thank God I'm not in there with that demon anymore.
Interesting. Well, you could really really do a lot with your imagination, and they're like your little.
There's supposed to be a storm coming through, like a little one, so hopefully the Wi-Fi don't go out or nothing, but it's getting pretty dark out.
Memes and the things you're talking about, you can do short stories.
Yeah, right, Stacy?
Who knows, maybe I'll be able to use the infamy from the case to write a book or something.
You know what? If you did all that, you'd probably help somebody else.
Yeah. Maybe there's somebody else with, skeletons in their closet.
I think everybody out in the face.
Oh my God, are you hearing this conversation right now? What the fuck?
We just have ones that aren't quite, skeletonized. They're zombies.
Dude, what the fuck, bro? Dude, this girl is psycho. Oh my God. Rewind if you're not, listening to this. This is crazy.
Zombies in the closet, not skeletons.
And everybody has things that haunt them.
Not everybody ate a human being either.
Morgan's never stopped haunting me.
What was she like? Other than trusting, what was she like?
She was really sweet. She was who I wanted to be. Like,
is that why you unalived her?
rainbowy. When she came in, she would, just her smile was lighting up everything. And she, obviously had her problems because of the way she talked about her family. But at the same time, the way that she just would kind of, I know she pushed it down and pushed it back, and she didn't want to talk about her mother in a good light. But she still acted and interacted with people in a way that she's going to make all the bad thoughts go away for a little bit. And we're just going to focus on the present. She was a very present person. She never let herself, she would...
Yeah, right? Doesn't know how to shake
The
shit
couple
up.
times we interacted, if I was
Her lawyer
ever,
is probably
withdrawn into the past, which would happen a lot,
Oh, she's
she
ripping
would,
that date.
be like, hey, let's go do this. Come on, stay with me. Let's go and rock this out. Just pulling me out from where I was into then. And I wanted to emulate that. And at the same time, I also was scared for her because I was like, she trusted people so much. She saw the good in people and I couldn't. So I was also like, we'll make a trade,
Yeah.
I'll give you a little bit more.
Pausing it at 6 minutes and 5 seconds. She's talking about Morgan being rainbowy and her personality and all these things. They had phone contact for 36 hours in total, correct?
Correct.
Less trusted people, and you helped me with, talking to people and interacting with people. Because, you get me talking about one of my niche interests, and I can go on and on and on and on and on, but people don't always like those things.
No.
I know what, because I have an interest in mortuary science, I know what ICAPs look like, and they're used for. And I know the various different ways that morticians use to close a mouth. I know about the trocar and stuff. I know about the steps towards cremation. I know about, anatomy and physiology.
Do you practice in Wicca?
No. Wicca was invented by Gardner. No, not a Gardner, but last name Gardner. Yep. And his whole thing was how much more can he control women outside of Christianity. I cannot stand it.
Come in, Gerald. Make sure you guys double tap the screen, man, and show some love.
Okay, so there's that part too, and then she's arrested and booked into the jail. And is there another, I guess it'd be a third day of an interview that's conducted with her?
The next day I went to the Peoria County Sheriff's Office. Caitlin, the reason I did this is because Caitlin up to this point was talking. And,
all right, guys, I gotta go to the bathroom.
And based on the interview that I initially watched and the one that I just completed, there was just more there. I felt there was more there. So myself and investigator Broche from the Sheriff's Department went to the Peoria County Sheriff's Office. I also contacted Investigator Holtz and asked him if he would come to the Sheriff's Office too, because I wanted to present Caitlin with the phone records that he had completed. We had a discussion before this interview took place that we were going to go in there and talk to Caitlin, and like you've seen, try to establish a little bit more rapport with her. And then I was going to text Investigator Holtz at a time when I felt like it was pertinent that he could come in and show and discuss those cell phone records with Caitlin Goebel. So that's what you'll see in this interview.
Okay, and Judge Off-Tender, it's going to be states 108 and 109. Well, is there any?
No objection.
108 is the interview itself and 109 is the transcript. But Judge, I would ask that maybe we take a break before we publish this last one, just a break. Or well, I say last one, you conduct another interview in Newton County also.
Correct.
All right. Why don't we take a 20-minute break? Just step in the jury room, take your notes with you, and we'll knock on the door in 20 minutes.
I'll last with the jury.
Recess for 20 minutes.
Well, they're on recess too, so cool. We're at 11,048 subs, man. Everybody keeps subbing up. Show some love, bro. Yeah, I don't know what's taking so long on them to deliberate with this. I mean, yeah, they have a lot to think about and a lot to do, but damn, bro.
Body Bags with Joseph Scott. From Jump Street, I'd like to say that we have a disease in this country that people don't talk about a lot. And I would submit to you that the diseases that we have that fall into this category are only further exacerbated by the individuals that are intent upon treating that. When the day of Lindsay Clancy and the murder of her 3 babies. I've been resistant to make a public statement about it. I've turned down appearances on shows and this sort of thing because it's really hard to extricate my emotion from this. And my emotion stems from not so much that it is these 3 precious lives that are now gone. It's the fact that there's a redundancy to it, that this is self-repeating over and over and over again, where you've got individuals that are medicated up to their eyeballs with this toxic stew flowing through their veins, and they are literally being cut loose on the rest of society by the psychiatric community. And I'll go ahead and plainly say it right now. And I think that Lindsay Clancy, I'll go ahead and say from the beginning, she has stated that she took the lives of her children. She has stated that plainly. She's not the only one that should be charged here, as far as I'm concerned.
The problem with covering the case of Lindsay Clancy, and I have covered it a couple of times on Nancy Grace, and we were covering the trial the other day, and one of the psychs on the show got really mad about something I was saying. But the problem with this case is the fact that there's a lot of sympathy for a mother going through postpartum. And I get that. I do. And so I tread lightly like everybody else because it is a very difficult thing. Many of us remember Tom Cruise challenging everybody basically, to a fist fight over Brooke Shields, claiming postpartum, when Tom Cruise said he knew more than everybody else about it because of Scientology.
He was on there with Matt Lauer.
Yeah, Matt Lauer.
Yeah.
And granted, regardless of what kind of person Matt Lauer was, at the time, head to head, you would think, yeah, Joe, you're not looking good, Tom. But here's the thing. This is not a show about psychology or sociology or anything else that blurs the lines of guilt and innocence. What we're dealing with here are 3 children who I try to imagine their last moments. We're talking about Callan, who was 8 months old, Cora, who was 5 years old, and Dawson, who was 3. Joe, based on where these children were found inside the Clancy home, I think Dawson, at 3 years old, was running for his life from his mother. I think, and we'll talk about this coming up, but you've got 3 children under the age of 5 who were killed by their mother, and some people want to excuse her for that behavior, saying that she couldn't help herself due to postpartum depression.
We just need 35 more beautiful people to double tap that screen and be at 100 likes. I appreciate you guys for running it up today. Today's been a good stream. We're going to keep being consistent. We're going to keep running it up. This weekend, I'll probably be streaming a little bit. It's my baby mama's weekend to have the kids, so I will definitely probably be streaming, working hard on trying to get newer videos out and figure out more stuff. So I appreciate you guys for being here, man. God bless.
This is an ongoing case. She is not guilty until proven that way in court. She's pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. My curiosity here, and I hate to say that because it seems like I'm not being sympathetic or empathetic about the children. I want to know how this so-called mother was able to kill 3 children using exercise bands, the stretchy bands, and what it would take to be able to accomplish this feat, and how long would it take? Does it take a child? Is it more difficult to strangle a child than an adult?
Yeah.
I'm just curious because, we know that their bones are still growing and they're still softer. And anyway, all of these things are something to talk about, and all of it's getting left in the dirt because people want to argue about postpartum and whether Lindsay Clancy should get away with murder.
Well, hey, let me put you in check about something real quick.
Okay.
Because you used a term just a second ago, so-called mother.
Oh.
She is a mother, and she made a decision. Now, how that decision was made, I think, rests greatly in how her brain is being affected chemically. There's no way, I don't think, that we can escape that. And for her now, having admitted to this, I think one of the the big questions is, Brother Dave, is that was she looking for an easier life, absent children, that they had become too much of a burden for her? And that's always a question that comes up in these cases. We have a name for these cases. They're called family annihilators. And people forget about that, right?
Wow.
Because,
Yeah.
you think about it's some guy that walks in with a gun and shoots, right? But, you go back years and years, and there are countless numbers of these cases where you will have mothers that are dealing with postpartum depression, and it can turn violent many times. I think that it's further exacerbated by the chemistry experiment that's going on, Dave, in their systems, because they're not being properly treated. And, you think about if someone had, and listen, everybody's a Monday morning quarterback, right? If somebody had interdicted the situation in an appropriate manner early on, we would not be having this discussion. Let me tell you what other discussion we would not be having, because this is something else that happens in our society, and I can testify to it, brother. I'm about to preach now. This goes out to the media, because when she came out of that window and impacted, if she had died at that moment, and I know this story would not have made it through 3 or 4 news cycles. It would just be another case of people saying, yeah, well, today, 3 children died, but the perpetrator died, murder-suicide. Hey, what else do we have to cover today? But that's not what's happening here, is it? We've got this woman who says that she committed this crime and attempted to take her own life in the wake of it. But yet the problem, I think, that I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the problem that I think you and I both have is that there's an awareness. There's an awareness. This is not like this goblin kind of swooped down out of the air and decided to beset this woman. She has a thought pattern here, that you can't escape, right?
Well, there actually is, with this case, a plan of Lindsay. Look, to understand what happened, or no, try to understand. I think you have to try to look at the whole thing and realize that Lindsay Clancy was having trouble emotionally keeping up with what was happening in her changing family with 3 children, and the family recognized this. Okay, her husband adjusted his work so that he could work from home to help with the children. Her in-laws came and helped. There were people stepping up and providing more help for Lindsay Clancy than anyone I know of, And I think that's important to point out, that there was something going on with her, that family members and others recognized this is not a good situation. So I think my problem, Joe, is that you do have all of these other people around her recognizing the problem and trying to stand in the gap to help her, to provide a bridge, from where she is today to getting to a healthy place here. She had plenty of interaction with those in the psychological community, doctors and what have you, and medication. For crying out loud, she had a pharmacy. And these medications, I took this list because I want to address something about taking medication, friends, and that is, when it's prescribed to you, you take it as directed or not at all, okay? You don't adjust the dosage. People do this for all types of reasons, and it's ridiculous because the doctor is prescribing medication based on their expectation of what it will do
Yeah, that's
to the
crazy,
patient.
Stacey. I heard about it.
At this magnitude, at this level
Make sure
of
you guys
dosage.
double tap the screen.
And if you change that dosage and you go back to the doctor and you're still exhibiting signs and other symptoms of the problem, the doctor is saying, well, I was having her take 50 milligrams of XYZ, and it's not getting the desired effect. We need to get something else. Meanwhile, she was only taking 5 milligrams of XYZ. And so the doctor's prescribing based on what he thinks versus what she's doing.
Well,
and
let me throw this out at you too.
Yeah.
You've got somebody that according to the psychiatric community is in need of help. Let's start there. Okay.
Right. Okay.
You're in need of help. So, and I think that there has been along the way, there was an admission into a facility, where she had stayed.
Talking about when she went on her own?
Yeah.
The last time?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so she's going there on her own because she's recognizing something in her brain. And here's the problem. You're prescribing medications, right? And dude, the list that you put together is as long as my arm. And it's a combination, a huge swath of drugs here that we're talking about. Probably one of the most insidious drugs that's on this list is Seroquel, which is a dark drug. It's an antipsychotic drug. And it takes people to dark places. It really does. It's dangerous. It's a dangerous medication on top of all of these other kind of mood altering drugs that she's on, and anti-anxiety things, all these things along the way. So back to what I was saying, I started chasing rabbits there. Sorry. But you've got somebody that is so debilitated mentally, and you're going to give them medication as, as their point of contact, and you're expecting them to go home with all of these meds and figure it out for yourself, and then admonish them if they adjust it on any level. Because, can you imagine? It's like sending somebody into it's like sending somebody into a chemistry lab that is in harm's way, in their own mind or in their heart or whatever it is. And you got to figure this out. You've got to figure out the formula. How do you do that? How do you do that? We've really lost sight in this country, and I'll say it. And this is why I can say it. When I started my career in New Orleans, I think I've mentioned this before. One of the duties in the coroner's office in New Orleans, did you know it was committals?
No.
Yeah, we used to sign, the coroner investigators would go out and meet with families, and we would draw up what were called orders of protective custody, OPCs. And you had them in a couple of degrees. You had one that you could write up, and it would send them to the hospital for like 24 hours of observation. And then you had a longer one that's mandated a week, and then a deputy coroner, who is a psychiatrist, would go in and make the decision if person needed to be committed. Now here we are. We're not supposed to use that word anymore, right? Okay, we're gonna use it on body bags.
Wait a minute, we're not allowed to use committed?
Well, people get in such a twist over it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, the people who should be committed getting a really.
We're going to talk about it. The reason long-term stays are essential to good mental health is that if you have someone that is so desperately debilitated, they don't need to get on a phone call with you on telehealth.
I agree.
To find out how you're doing today. Because these conditions,
we've lost the purpose of, we've lost the in-person empathy. That's why yesterday when he was trying to hammer home the telehealth situation, and he was like, you can't even write down notes, you just have to check a box. You only care about the boundaries that are within these boxes you check. And I agreed with him, because it's true. You're all over this face cam. I've been on telehealth myself, especially my daughter. You can't see how they are physically, and feel the energy. You know what I mean? And especially if you're a doctor that doesn't care, like that one that couldn't even take notes. It's sad. And you just want to throw what you say about prescriptions. That's what I say about taking her into the hospital, admitting her, changing her medication, seeing if she has delirium or whatever the fuck, and keeping an eye on her. But no, they didn't want to do that. I just think it's he's hitting it home here.
You're going to make a diagnosis of someone that is suffering from these issues. Essentially, what you're doing in the psychiatric community is you're handing these people a loaded gun and allowing them to leave it out in the open for their families to be around. I'll put it to you that way, because you don't know what's going to happen. And then you're putting in all these various ingredients into their everyday life. You can't predict the stressors that are around them. You can't predict the domestic discord that's going on. You can't predict the kid that's sick and you can't attend to them, the kid that needs a diaper change, the kid that just wants mommy to hug them. You can't predict that in a telehealth call or whatever in the hell it is that you're doing. You know where you can predict it? When you get them into a controlled environment for about a month. And you can decide, we're not sitting on the outside and playing around with meds. We've got to adjust this here. You know what? You need to be held to account for this. The whole, this trial and this right now today, and I'll say this plainly on Body Bags, this trial is not just about Lindsay, Clancy, and these 3 precious lives. This trial is raising serious questions in this country about the care that people are receiving that desperately need it and is not being appropriately provided in the world of mental health.
100% agree.
Out of all this other stuff, that's connected with this case, it's very easy for the public to lose sight of these precious babies. And that is the most, I think for us, it is the essential theme for all of this, because obviously we wouldn't be having this discussion if their lives had not been taken from them.
Well, Joe, look, the psychology of all of this is one thing. But again, there are 3 children who are dead. We're talking about 5 years old, 3 years old, and 8 months. You've got 3 dead children, and their mother is on trial for killing them. It's really what they're trying to decide at court is responsibility. And was Lindsay Clancy responsible for the deaths of her children? And I've caught grief over this because I've said many things, and I just, here's why, Joe, is when we break down what happened to these children and how long it took, because I'm really curious, and I'm hoping you can help me understand the children and their deaths and what it took to get there. Because it wasn't like she grabbed the children and went off, and did this. Remember Susan Smith? Yes. When Susan Smith killed her 2 boys, she did it because, well, she was in love with a guy that didn't want children, apparently. And so she decided, I'm just going to get rid of mine and then everything will be fine. And then she made up a crazy story that was just racist and horrible. Other women, Andrea Yates comes to mind, she killed her children. Each time we do a case like this, people forget about the victims. And I'm tired of that. So I want to know what happened. And you start wherever you want, but you have Cora, 5 years old. Dawson was 3 years old. And Callan was just 8 months old.
8 months, yeah.
How did these children die, Joe?
It was not a quick death for any of these kids. We've got an 8-month-old, of course, that is flown from the scene and via life flight and, survived days. We've got 2 other children that are removed from the scene and taken and are shortly pronounced, there at the hospital. But
she has double tap stream.
I think
Welcome to
that
stream.
one of the interesting things scientifically, I think, is the methodology that she chose in order to facilitate their deaths. It almost comes down to, because it's an unusual weapon of choice, and I'm talking about these exercise bands. To say that there's an elasticity to them is an understatement. If our friends out there will think about the static nature of just nylon rope, okay, that many of us have, or a bit of kite string, and yes, that can be used, piece of wire, a belt, All right. And I'm talking about these being utilized as a ligature. And this has been stated in the court record that there's evidence of ligature markings. Elastic bands, though, are particularly difficult to facilitate because of the elasticity. You're always having to readjust this. And there's a couple of points along the way. When I was considering this, I was thinking about some comments were made about Cora and Dawson. They have what are being termed as ligature-related injuries of the head and neck. So what does that say to me? Well, for me, it says that if you're trying to adjust a ligature on the neck, you've got somebody, precious child, that is resistant. And so as they're moving like this, back and forth, that band is actually moving up the back of their head. And you could actually appreciate if somebody is doing this or this, you could actually appreciate marks on the surface of the head. I think that probably what they're saying is superior to the jawline up the back in this area, you know, saying this is the head, and then you go down to the neck right here. And we've actually got furrows that are mentioned as well. Well, furrows are different. They're a different classification of ligature. They're evidence of ligature. But with a furrow, Dave, that means that you have to get the subject into a static position so that you can apply enough pressure where it's going to depress the neck, and it's going to cut a rut. I say cut, it's not really cut. It's going to impress onto the soft surface of the skin and create a furrow. And when I say furrow, this is a vision I like people to have in their mind.
I hate hearing it explained.
Think of a plowed field, and a plow being drugged down a field. For all you city folks who've never been out to the country and you've seen people putting in the crops in the spring, it cuts a furrow in the field, and it's like a channel. That's what it looks like on the surface of the neck. Now, they come in different forms. So if we've got somebody, say for instance, that has a furrow in their neck, they can be pulled back like this, and that furrow will run parallel to the shoulders. Now, in cases of hanging, okay, you've got the furrow that goes up, and you and I have talked extensively about tenting feature, right? That can create a furrow as well. But here's the other thing about these precious babies, is that this is not the only insults they had to the body. And what I think, extrapolate from what the medical examiners see and then testified to these findings at autopsy. There's two forensic pathologists, which is very interesting in this case, Dave. You've got you've got one primary that is doing one autopsy, and you've got another one that is not only a forensic pathologist, but also a neuropathologist.
What's the difference?
Well, the neuropathologist, they study diseases and injuries of any of the nervous tissue, including the brain, spinal cord, all these sorts of things. So they're invaluable to have on a medical examiner staff, because so much of the stuff that we do has to do with like head trauma, people being in car accidents, with severed spinal cord, all these sorts of things. And also, you know what else they're really good at? Some of the best forensic pathology. And I'm thinking about one lady that I hold her in very high esteem up in St. Louis. She was also cross-certified as a neuropathologist. You know what they're really good at? Child abuse cases, because of things like shaken baby and, ongoing cerebral trauma, to children, seeing the long-term effects and, what you can expect out of that. So anyway, when you don't just have one pair of eyes on these three babies. You've got two that are involved in this case, and you've got separate sets of testimony here. And this is kind of it doesn't mean a lot maybe to people that are not commonly trial watchers, but you generally don't have this happen. Yeah.
She killed the children due to postpartum. You know,
You have to demonstrate it. And the reason it's being parsed out like this is the fact that you've got one individual that is doing one case, and you've got another that's doing the two others. And so
Why?
they'll, because they wanted to probably lighten the load, these cases are very intense.
Okay.
Okay. And it's not like a simple gunshot wound.
Right. Well, let me ask you this, though, Joe. We've got them separated. You know, we've got the children separated. We have 5-year-old Cora and 8-month-old Callan. They're together. They're all in the basement, but they're together. Meanwhile, Dawson is all the way across the basement in his dad's office. Is this because the 8-month-old can't get away? The 8-month-old at best is rolling or crawling, and probably not even that.
No.
So the 8-month-old is not going to be able to get away, but you've got a 5-year-old, she can run, you know, and you got a 3-year-old, he can toddle around a good bit. So how did their murders take place in that basement, Joe? Can we figure that out?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think that probably if you're the perpetrator, you're going to single out the one that is going to give you the most resistance and try to separate them from the rest of the kids. That's my opinion. I don't know that that could ever be proven.
Okay.
But these children have insults up and down their arms. Okay, like little bruises, red marks. Guess what they were doing? They were fighting.
Oh my gosh.
So just let that resonate with you just for a moment.
Come on. I thought we weren't going to have that.
Well, yeah, you do. Because even at a primal level, babies react if oxygen, if they're if they're being deprived of oxygen, you know, our lizard brain kind of kicks in, you're trying to fight this kind of thing. Now, the older a subject is, the more of an awareness there is. So that 5-year-old would have felt fear.
Wow.
Because this is not what mommy normally does.
Right.
I extend that to the 3-year-old as well.
Yeah.
So you're going to have these resistant marks. You know, when people are, we're not talking, I'm making a reference here to One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, with Jack Nicholson's character. He's been lobotomized, he's in the bed. But you remember in that scene, they even depicted it where he's fighting. He's fighting
when
Chief.
Chief puts the pillow over his face.
And I think that's kind of accurate, probably as much as it can be with Hollywood.
Right.
These children are not in a compromised state. They're going to fight back and resist. We see this in adults all the time. So I think that can probably account for the markings that we're seeing. This is not something where, that your primal brain will say, yeah, we're just going to be completely compliant here and you can rob us of our life.
Joe, when we're talking about strangling children with this elastic band, as you mentioned earlier about resetting and all that, but how long is it going to take? Is there?
If you're just new coming into the stream, make sure you double tap the screen and show some love and support. We're on the road to 20K subs. 32 more beautiful people. So you hit or double tap your screen, will be at 100 likes.
Any way to know how long it would take and how long it would take before the victim, a 5-year-old girl in this case, as we talk about Cora, she'll be fighting back, but at what point, how long would it take to lose consciousness? Is there any way to know that?
I think that's an excellent question, Brother Dave. And I think that one of the difficulties with trying to come up with an acceptable answer for that, let's say if Cora was subjected to a ligature, and it's not in a lab, let's just say it's a belt, all right, leather belt. She's held in one place. Doesn't really resist. Okay. Probably after 2.5 minutes with constant pressure, her brain's going to go to sleep. Okay. She's going to pass out. Okay. It's just oxygen deprivation at that point in time. Now, if that is continued for probably another 30 to 45 seconds, maybe out to a minute, you're going to have death. All right. Okay. Now, the problem and what makes this so horrific, going back to what I'd mentioned about these kind of peripheral insults, is the fact that it stopped and it started. It stopped and it started. Okay. Because it's not one of these concrete markers where you can say, yeah, it was over in an instant. It's not like somebody, capping somebody in the back of the head, and executing them like that. That is not the same thing. It is just not. That's why when I see this and I think about out of all of the things in that house that you could have used as a fatal instrumentality, like ligature, why is this your default position? You're going to go to the elastic bands or to the exercise bands with elasticity. Why is this going to be your choice? Because shoestrings would have been, and I've had those, the shoestrings would have been more merciful than these things, because there's all this adjustment that's having to take place. I submit to you, if it was an older person, somebody else that was more beefy, you get up into like an 8-9-year-old child, that area right there, you would have really have had a fight on your hands, because it's kind of like trying to hold Jell-O. You really have to push it, to that point. That's probably over the top example, but you know what I'm saying? It's just different than using, you had said twine. That's an excellent.
Yeah, but you act like he acts like she's like just grabbing it and then putting it around her neck. Like if you grab those and you wrap them around your hands and get them tightened up, I mean, there's not much adjusting that's going to happen.
Excellent example, because of the structural integrity of this thing. It's kind of a weird thing to choose.
Well, it's like, I was thinking about twine, because if you've ever moved anything, and again, I go back to mattresses, because a lot of us can identify with having to put a mattress on top of your vehicle and tying it down. And if you have used those elastic type bands, because it makes sense at first, they stretch, you can get them, you have to constantly get out and readjust. And so
you do. Yeah. Like you're talking about bungee cords.
Right. Bungee cords. That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah. As opposed to those ratchet straps. You know what I'm talking about? You're talking about static.
Yep.
And this thing is getting tighter and tighter and tighter. And I think that's an excellent word picture, Dave, for our friends out there to try to understand what you're talking about. Right. The elasticity here and why it's certainly not favorable if you're looking, to be as efficient. I hate to use that term. But, when you think about the selection, and again, these babies will never have that.
I'll be right back.
That opportunity. And I think about an 8-month-old just coming into the family, right? And there's still life in this child. And I got to tell you, Dave, it goes to, I think it's weird. The good Lord creates us, I think, to the point where when we're young, tries to protect us because we're unstable, as infants, right? Our skulls are soft. You don't get fractured skulls most of the time with babies when they hit the ground, because the skulls are so soft, and here's that word, there's an elasticity. The younger you are,
right?
You can kind of bounce back from things. You take you and I now. If you and I step off a curb wrong, we're going to be in ICU. So,
right.
Yeah, I'm happy for you.
And Joe, that's why I wondered with these children. We have the 2 older children that.
I hope everything goes good, Stacy.
Yes, they were taken from the scene, but they were already gone. But 8-month-old Callan was not. 8-month-old Callan was taken to the hospital alive and survived for a couple of days. Now, I don't know if, and Joe, maybe you can clarify, because there's a difference between being alive with a possible future and being kept alive by doctors and current medicine.
Yeah.
Is that a good statement?
Yeah, being on the machinery
right.
Of the hospital. And here's one of the things that would have been going on. They're going to be checking for brain activity.
Okay.
And they'll call they'll call it from a neurological standpoint, and they'll say there's so little brain activity here that there's no chance that this child is going to be rescued from the situation, and they let the child go, or the child will in fact, it doesn't matter what kind of intervention you do, they're not going to survive. And I think that's, it's one of the things. Can I impart something else to you here as well? Because these cases that I've seen over the years where you've got multiple victims, single perpetrator, there is also a fatigue factor that comes in on the part of the perpetrator. Do they have, just think about this, and I'd love to address this with you because you brought it up. You have these pauses, right, between each murder. Okay. It's enough of a pause so that you're catching your breath, but you're so exhausted, I would imagine, after the adrenaline dump and everything else that goes into this. And also the awareness, maybe she had enough lucidity about her to understand, I've just murdered my children. Maybe by the time it comes to the 8-month-old, there's very little left in the tank. And maybe it was a half-hearted effort at that point, but enough of an effort to do significant, obviously fatal damage in the long run, because child's not, child is not going to survive.
But she still had enough wherewithal to cut herself on the wrist and the neck, I believe, and creating enough blood upstairs in the bedroom that it was a shocking, bloody scene, and then jumping out of the second floor window, where she is found, Lindsay Clancy is found by her husband as he first arrives. And I've always found that as odd. Not odd that he found her, but odd because if I was to arrive home, Joe, and I found my wife, who over the last several months, years, has had some issues, and now I find her bloody, near death in the backyard on the ground, my first thought is, where are the children? And that was not Patrick Clancy's first thought, or at least not right away. He was tending to her and calling 911, and it was after help arrived that he goes looking for the kids.
Yeah, but I think that like when he's like, where's the kids, and she said in the basement, like that's vague. Like she said in the basement. He could have been thinking that she put them down there so they didn't have to witness what she was doing upstairs. That's what I took from that. You know what I mean?
I've always found that as odd. So maybe,
and I don't know what kind of stressors really kick in the brain relative to that, because you're, first off, he's visualizing something that is, and this is a gross understatement on my part, but he's visualizing something that's completely out of the norm, right?
Right.
That's it's like a pop in the face all of a sudden. Like, how do I make it through this? He's not even.
He went from being at home with his kids and his family to going on a little errand to pick up food in the Pedialyte, and comes home and everything's like, she's on the ground in the backyard, fucking whatever.
Thinking probably about the horror that awaits him inside of this house. And how do you put out this fire first?
Okay. That makes sense. I am so glad you said that, because that makes sense, Joe. I've tried figuring that out. In my little pea brain, I've tried to figure out why. And that does make sense, because he is worried about his wife. He is trying to show her that he believes in her and is gone for a substantial amount of time. He even talks to her. In the middle of all of what's going on, Joe, Patrick Clancy calls Lindsay because he's at CVS and needs to know exactly what he's there to pick up.
Yeah.
And she's in the middle of killing the children when that happens, and acts normal enough that it doesn't surprise him. So when he arrives home, okay. Now I get why he would be tunnel vision focused on her and not actually thinking about the children at that moment.
I mean, the last thing you're thinking about when you arrive home from Walgreens or CVS or whatever the case might be is seeing your wife in the yard splayed out and there's blood everywhere, and so it's truly a shock to the system at that moment in time. I would I would think, enough to put you off. And he's not really on target anyway. There's nothing to be on target about. It's just his daily life that he's going about. And this guy's probably been swinging from vine to vine for a while, just trying to make it through each day because it is a grind. It is an incredible grind. You've got 3 babies at home, which are preeminent above everything else. I don't care what you say. They trump everything else. Okay. Whatever your issues are, whatever the case might be. And then you've got a wife that is debilitated to the point where she requires a chemical list that is so nutty just on its face. When you see all of this stuff that she's, that's being given to her, and she's expected to try to keep up the routine of taking all the medication, she's making adjustments. And here's another thing, she's a healthcare provider.
Right.
And I hear a lot of people, and I believe in this too, you never walk into a doctor's office and just blindly do what they tell you to do. You have to be your own advocate. But if you're in such a debilitated state mentally, at what point in time, who's going to advocate for you? Because they're working off of a cookbook, recipe book. This is how we treat people. This is the medication that we give them. They've got their other book over here, the DSM, that tells them how to diagnose people. These are the meds that we're going to use. This is the combination that we're going to use. But the problem is they keep adding meds to this thing all along the way. And it's mind blowing, and it shouldn't be, because let me tell you something, friends. Out there right now, all across America, there are people dealing with this same thing. Okay? They're dealing with a sack full of medications, and no hope is in sight, because you'll just have more chemicals thrown at you without proper supervision. I submit to you that if Lindsay Clancy had been admitted for a protracted period of time to get everything just right, we wouldn't be having this discussion right now. I don't know where this road leads. I really don't, because it's getting worse and worse. We're seeing people that are showing up, committing mass killings, and they're on a litany of medications. The Lindsay Clancy case to me is no different than that. I think that the source of it is chemicals and a lack of true application of what's referred to as the therapeutic model. It ain't happening. I don't know where we go. I really don't. But I got to tell you, the world is a much sadder place because of these 3 little lives that have been extinguished. And each and every one of them need to be remembered. All 3 of these children that had lives, that had the potential to do great things with their lives, to be married.
All right, we're good on the pictures. Have a good day, Stacy. I hope you have a great time being released. Don't do too much. Hope you do a great job at recovering, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for being here. For right now, since I gotta do some stuff, I'm gonna listen for the Lindsay Clancy verdict. I'm gonna put it on a pause screen quick, so just come back and check whenever the verdict comes. Get your butt back here. I'm gonna make myself some lunch, and I gotta pick up a little bit before I go get my kids from school. So, yeah, man, I appreciate you guys for being here. I will be back. All right, y'all, we are back.
Well, for us is Lindsay, Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, counsel, it's my intent at this point to bring the jury in and then excuse them till Monday morning. Okay?
So there wasn't a verdict, I don't think.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, present before the court are 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All other parties are present.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. What I'm going to do, it's been a long day for everybody, so I'm going to excuse everyone until Monday morning, 9 o'clock, where to resume deliberations. You know what I'm going to tell you now. All right, and it applies to everybody here. You have to be vigilant to follow those instructions. Don't talk about this case. Don't talk about the deliberations. Don't listen to anything. Don't read anything. And just put this out of your mind as best you can. And we'll see everybody on Monday morning. Okay? Thank you.
Court, all rise. Jurors, dismissed. Court's back in session. Please be seated.
All right. Anything we need to address at this time? All right. So we'll be in recess on this matter till Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, y'all. Monday morning, 9 o'clock, man. We'll be here. That's for sure. Hope y'all have a good day, man. Thanks for being here. Love y'all, man, for sure. See you Monday. No,